dialogue in an urgent response to the impact of the pandemic on the hard-hit tourism and hospitality sectors. Policymakers and experts discuss biosanitary protocols, travel and visa facilitation, among other critical areas for the sector's recovery. Partnering with the George Washington University and the U.S. Bureau of Indian Affairs, we went ahead with the scheduled first Indigenous Tourism Forum of the Americas, pivoting to a virtual format and convening over 240 participants from indigenous communities, the private sector, and governments. SETI also integrated sustainable development practices in the COVID-19 response. The pandemic is a daily reminder of the links between water, health, sanitation, food security, and nutrition. We ensured the continuity of our water management projects in the Plata Basin and worked with governments and partners in the design of an investment portfolio valued at $90 million. Additionally, the Energy and Climate Partnership of the Americas continued to share relevant best practices and responses to the pandemic on energy and air quality. These few examples indicate our collective impact. We cannot do this alone. It is now more urgent than ever to address the region's structural weaknesses, to recover from the health, economic, and social crises occasioned by the pandemic and prepare for future shocks. It is imperative that we work together as we risk losing recent development gains and seeing millions fall back into poverty. It is time for the region to redirect course and pursue a more sustainable, resilient, and equitable future for all. We are in this together.
But the resilience building agenda is too big for any one stakeholder to address acting alone, and simply bringing together stakeholders, whether at the national, subnational, regional, or global level, is not enough. Effective, focused, and sustained coordination among stakeholders is paramount to provide countries with integrated and comprehensive support.
The OAS, as a hemispheric forum and honest broker, must continue to facilitate this process while we work with member states towards the attainment of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. Cooperation, collaboration, and partnerships that include all actors strengthen us, enabling us to be more than the sum of our parts. We can and we must work together. The future of our region depends on it.
Me and my kids have been there for over an year right now. And children are friends. It doesn't matter where they come from.
Nosotros estamos en una zona netamente selvática. La línea de adyacencia va desde el norte hasta el sur, va desde Modesto Méndez hasta Aguas Turbias, tanto en el norte como en el sur. Esta línea tiene 215 kilómetros de extensión.
De allí vino él, se buscó creo con los de la OEA y de allí vino el proyecto para acá, para Judá. Y fue que lo dieron el terreno, y lo dieron todo que era mano de obra y el material para hacer las casas que están ahorita. Y por ese motivo estamos aquí viviendo todavía.
La misión continúa trabajando en la implementación de medidas de fomento de la confianza mientras aguarda el resultado del reclamo que está atendiendo la Corte Internacional de Justicia por la disputa marítima, territorial e insular. Nuestra oficina en la zona de adyacencia realiza verificaciones a solicitud de ambos gobiernos, facilita reuniones y patrullajes conjuntos entre las Fuerzas Armadas y promueve una cultura de paz y cooperación entre las comunidades locales.
Children will be children. And they have harmony. They don't see each other as a different country, but they see each other that they're growing together.
Con la ayuda financiera de la Unión Europea.
Esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos no podemos ser neutrales.
More than 100 years since the inauguration of this building, the OAS headquarters, our institution still brings together the peoples of the Americas to address our responsibilities as a partnership of nations. As we look to the future, our work must also focus on the construction of a positive agenda that continues to favorably impact millions of lives every day.
The COVID-19 pandemic brought unprecedented challenges to our member states and the people we serve. In response, the OAS Secretariat for Integral Development adopted a three-pronged approach by 1. Adjusting our portfolio of existing projects, 2. Exploring new projects to meet emerging needs, and 3. Expanding multi-sectoral partnerships. The results achieved in 2020 demonstrate the resilience of our member states and the commitment of the OAS SETI to work with member states and partners towards our common goals in the development of our region. Our Network on Competitiveness launched the COVID-19 Ideas Accelerator, sharing 250 tools, health solutions, responses, and recovery plans. The Network for Labor Administration published a portfolio of responses from ministries of labor to COVID-19, sharing over 420 measures taken to protect workers, employment, and income. Likewise, the Inter-American Teacher Education Network series, Teaching STEM in Quarantine, provided 117,000 teachers with key tools to continue advancing STEM education during the pandemic. Through its network and platforms, the The Inter-American Committee on Ports promoted international and national best practices, guidelines, protocols, and recommendations on COVID-19 safety measures and continuity of logistic operations. Initiatives such as the Education in Times of Change platform allowed us to meet urgent needs by offering timely tools on virtual education and a dedicated space for ministries to share strategies, actions, and solutions. Other programs such as the Row Fund stepped up, providing emergency grants to offset the challenges imposed on our students by the pandemic. SETI's partnerships are adding value to member states in the form of technical assistance, training, and access to tools and services. In partnership with leading private sector institutions, we offered micro, small, and medium enterprises access to online tools and training, increasing their visibility and participation in e-commerce, a key to their survival and growth in the pandemic and post-pandemic era. A new OAS SETI Facebook initiative provided 85,000 MSMEs across the region with capacity building opportunities and WhatsApp business tools to aid response, recovery, and resilience building. The Caribbean Small Business Development Centers program achieved real impact, supporting new businesses, expanding sales, and driving growth. A new network of Caribbean SPDCs will broaden the program's reach. The Inter-American Committee on Tourism, the C2, convened ministerial-level policy dialogue in an urgent response to the impact of the pandemic on the hard-hit tourism and hospitality sectors. Policymakers and experts discussed biosanitary protocols, travel and visa facilitation, among other critical areas for the sector's recovery. Partnering with the George Washington University and the U.S. Bureau of Indian Affairs, we went ahead with the scheduled first Indigenous Tourism Forum of the Americas, pivoting to a virtual format and convening over 240 participants from indigenous communities, the private sector, and governments. SETI also integrated sustainable development practices in the COVID-19 response. The pandemic is a daily reminder of the links between water, health, sanitation, food security, and nutrition. We ensured the continuity of our water management projects in the Plata Basin and worked with governments and partners in the design of an investment portfolio valued at $90 million. Additionally, the Energy and Climate Partnership of the Americas continued to share relevant best practices and responses to the pandemic on energy and air quality. These few examples indicate our collective impact. We cannot do this alone. It is now more urgent than ever to address the region's structural weaknesses, to recover from the health, economic, and social crises occasioned by the pandemic and prepare for future shocks. It is imperative that we work together as we risk losing recent development gains and seeing millions fall back into poverty. It is time for the region to redirect course and pursue a more sustainable, resilient, and equitable future for all. We are in this together.
But the resilience building agenda is too big for any one stakeholder to address acting alone, and simply bringing together stakeholders, whether at the national, subnational, regional, or global level, is not enough. Effective, focused, and sustained coordination among stakeholders is paramount to provide countries with integrated and comprehensive support.
The OAS, as a hemispheric forum and honest broker, must continue to facilitate this process while we work with member states towards the attainment of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. Cooperation, collaboration, and partnerships that include all actors strengthen us, enabling us to be more than the sum of our parts. We can and we must work together. The future of our region depends on it.
Me and my kids have been there for over an year right now. And children are friends. It doesn't matter where they come from.
Nosotros estamos en una zona netamente selvática. La línea de adyacencia va desde el norte hasta el sur, va desde Modesto Méndez hasta Aguas Turbias, tanto en el norte como en el sur. Esta línea tiene 215 kilómetros de extensión.
De allí vino él, se buscó creo con los de la OEA y de allí vino el proyecto para acá, para Judá. Y fue que lo dieron el terreno y lo dieron todo que era mano de obra y el material para hacer las casas que están ahorita. Y por ese motivo estamos aquí.
Good morning, Chair. This sound and video stage is hereby completed and we move to confirm the quorum. We have connected, and after conducting sound and audio tests, we have the following delegations: Antigua and Barbuda, Argentina, Bahamas, Barbados, Belize, Bolivia, Brazil, Canada, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Dominica, Ecuador, El Salvador, the United States, Grenada, Guyana, Haiti, Honduras, Jamaica, Mexico, Paraguay, Peru, the Dominican Republic, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Trinidad and Tobago, and Venezuela. We have quorum, Chair. Thank you. Fine. Thank you very much, Assistant Secretary General. Let us call this special session of the Permanent Council to order in order to commemorate the 20th anniversary of the Inter-American Democratic Charter. Let us now immediately move to approval of the order of business. Since there is no objection thereto, it is hereby approved. Today is a very special day for the Organization of American States, and particularly for this Permanent Council and this chair. We are honored today to pay tribute to a categorically legal instrument, an excellent example, fine example of showing how we are unified to face the huge challenges that we face. Over the 20 years ago, the Inter-American Democratic Charter arose. And we are now going to pay tribute to its trajectory and what the future holds for it. It's an honor to be graced by the presence of very high-level personalities, permanent representatives, and permanent observers as well, and obviously with the organization Secretary General. We're joined today at this event His Excellency Gaston Brown, Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda, and the President of the Conference of Heads of Government of the Caribbean Community, Her Excellency Marta Lucia Ramirez, Vice President and Minister of Foreign Relations of the Republic of Colombia, His Excellency Andrés Alemán, the Minister of Foreign Relations of the Republic of Chile, Her Excellency Bernardo Ordóñez, Minister Secretary for Human Rights of the Republic of Ecuador, His Excellency Pedro Miguel da Costa da Silva, Secretary for Regional and Bilateral Negotiations of the Americas of the Minister of Foreign Relations of Brazil, His Excellency Christian Guillermet Fernandez, Vice Minister for Multilateral Affairs of the Republic of Costa Rica, His Excellency Brian Nichols, Undersecretary of State for Hemispheric Affairs of the United States of America, His Excellency Luis Almagre, the Secretary General of the Organizations of American States, His Excellency Nestor Mendez, Assistant Secretary General of the OAS, and His Excellency Manuel Rodriguez Cuadras, Permanent Representative of Peru to the Organization to the United Nations, and former Minister of Foreign Relations of Peru and former Permanent Representative of Peru to the Organization of American States. We are joined as well by three distinguished guests from our hemisphere who are not digitally connected in real time, but have submitted each one a video that will be shown in time. I'm referring to His Excellency Pedro Briolo Villa, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Guatemala, His Excellency Oscar Maluto, Minister of Foreign Relations of Peru, and His Excellency Michael Grant, Vice Minister for Affairs of the Americas of the Ministry of Worldwide Affairs of Canada. Consequently, we will move to the remarks of the distinguished invited guests. It's a pleasure for me to thank His Excellency, the Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda and President of the Conference of the Heads of Government of the Community of the Caribbean community, who we thank for his presence at this meeting. It's the first time that he has appeared before our this body, and I'm pleased particularly to give him the floor at this time. Mr. Prime Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, Secretary General, distinguished ministers, Ambassador Sir Ron Saunders, other distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Beyond any doubt, the adoption of the Inter-American Democratic Charter, the IADC, in Lima, Peru on September 11, 2001 was a monumental step towards the prevention and management of democratic crises in the region. The CARICOM group of countries is proud to contribute greatly to the Charter's adoption. With very few exceptions, our countries have been examples for democracy, the rule of law, freedom of expression, and respect for political and human rights. We treasure these values because throughout our history of slavery, indentured labor, and exploitation, we fought for them at the expense of generations of our people's lives. We recall, Mr. Chairman, that OAS member states were catapulted into fashioning the Charter in 2001 because of Peru's experience with authoritarianism and the government's attempt to maintain power by undermining constitutional institutions and committing human rights violations. Those events represented a new challenge for the inter-American system, which until then had experienced interruptions of democracy only by military coups. Thus, we gave life to the Charter's purpose, as set forth in its Article 19, to address the alteration of the constitutional regime that seriously impairs the democratic order. It is right that 20 years after its adoption, we should celebrate the Charter. But it would be wrong not to point out the deficiencies in its application and not to commit to remedying them. The Charter has in recent years been compromised by a political process of selecting some countries for its application, but turning a blind eye to threats to the democratic order in others. This organization cannot expect the Charter to be respected if member states invoke it only when it suits the political interests of a few. While we as the OAS must act vigorously to dissuade autocrats from undermining democracy in their countries, we must act with objectivity, with balance, and with fairness, or we will make a mockery of the Charter's honorable purposes. Mr. Chairman, the other major deficiency in the application of the Charter is the failure by member states to give adequate recognition to the role of economic development in sustaining democracy. It is very satisfying that Peruvian Ambassador Manuel Rodriguez Cuadras will also address this commemoration ceremony. In 2001, as the then ambassador to the OAS, he put forward the first draft of the Charter to the General Assembly. Among its cogent arguments, the draft stated clearly that the elimination of severe poverty is an essential part of promoting and consolidating democracy. I repeat for emphasis that the elimination of severe poverty is an essential part of promoting and consolidating democracy. Mr. Chairman, while over the last 20 years, progress has been made in the hemisphere in the areas of inclusion and tackling poverty, Articles 11 and 12 of the Charter remain neglected and cry out for urgent implementation. I remind that the Articles state that democracy and social and economic development are interdependent and are mutually reinforcing, and that OAS member states are committed to adopting and implementing all those actions required to generate productive employment, reduce poverty, and eradicate extreme poverty, taking into account the different economic realities and conditions of the countries of the hemisphere. This deficiency must be fixed, and fixed now, or we will see no end to massive unemployment, no end to poverty, no end to crime and violence, and no end to refugees. In the same year that our nations signed the Charter, heads of government at the Third Summit of the Americas in Quebec City declared that HIV/AIDS was a major security threat to all our people. They said that they were united in their resolve to adopt multi-sectoral strategies and to develop cooperation to combat this disease and its consequences. Yet, While the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic posed a far greater threat, a far more comprehensive threat to the health and economic well-being and security of all our peoples, there was little cooperation and much selfish nationalism. A few countries, including from within our own hemisphere, bought and hoarded almost all the vaccines, leaving little for others. The grave consequences of that action now reverberate throughout the world, and now none of us are truly safe as the virus mutates and spreads, and it continues to take lives and ruin economies. Thankfully, the United States is now making efforts to redress the imbalance, but more needs to be done, and certainly at a faster pace. The problem of inequity and inequality within and between our countries should assume a more important place on our agenda. We cannot celebrate the Charter by hailing parts of it while hiding the others. Mr. Chairman, when the Charter was signed, the biggest problem facing the hemisphere was poverty and inequity. The biggest problem facing our hemisphere today is still poverty and inequity. It is in the positive transformation of people's lives that democracy becomes meaningful and rights become a reality for all. We would best celebrate the Charter by ensuring that the next 20 years delivers its promise of democracy for all by implementing the integral development it so eloquently prescribes. Let's therefore celebrate the Charter by honoring and implementing all its noble goals in the interests of the people of our hemisphere. I thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister, for your remarks. The chair will call on the Secretariat to disseminate and post all of the remarks made here at this meeting. Once again, we express our gratitude for the honor to listen to you, Mr. Prime Minister. Next, we welcome Her Excellency, Vice President and Minister of Foreign Relations of the Republic of Colombia. Allow me to present my personal friend, who we all adore, Marta Lucia Ramirez. You have the floor. Madam Vice President, could you refresh and ask for the floor again? I don't think you're connected. Is that okay now? Now you're connected. I apologize. Marta Lucia, you have the floor now. Thank you very much. I apologize. I would like to greet my friend and the chairman, Harold Forsyth, and all the guests, Secretary General of the organization, Mr. Nestor Mendez, the Assistant Secretary General, and I greet the Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda, who just gave his speech. Also, the ministers of foreign relations that are present this morning, our Minister Andrés Salamar of Chile, and the Secretary for Human Rights of the Republic, Ms. Ordóñez, Pedro Birolo of Guatemala, the Minister of Foreign Relations, Oscar Martua, and of the Canada's Minister and bilateral ministers, Mr. Fernandez, the Secretary for Bilateral Negotiations and Regional Negotiations of the Americas, Pedro Miguel da Costa Brazil da Silva, and the U.S. Ricardo Zúñiga, and Manuel Rodriguez Cuadros for Foreign Affairs of Colombia, Mr. Morales, the coordinator of institutional matters and multilateral, Mauricio Valero, and all representatives of all the member states at the organization. My respectful greetings. It's an honor for me to address you once again, as I did at the commemoration of the 20-year anniversary of the adoption of the Inter-American and Democratic Charter. How many things have happened since it was adopted, the charter was adopted. So much has happened. Now we see the crude reality in Venezuela and the threat that democracy is facing in many countries of our organization. That's why this democratic charter is more current and necessary and relevant as ever in defense of the principles of democracy. This has got to be a matter that is of great concern to the OAS and all member states, and it's on permanent activity, not only within the organization, but at every multilateral and regional forum that we are members of. In my view, it's very important to underscore from the origin of the Organization of American States has promoted the existence of democratic values and representative democracy. This is one of the essential pillars, and it's the best option to ensure lasting peace, security, and particularly development and peaceful coexistence between all our nations. And that's why we recognize everyone, and we've exalted on many occasions that this document predates and today, yesterday, and forever. The Democratic Charter emerged from the Third Summit of the Americas in Quebec in 2001. For 3 months, the working group, Madam Vice President, I apologize. We don't have your image. Could you enable your camera? Would that be possible so we could see your face? I don't know. Did my video come back? Why don't you refresh your navigator, and that way we can sort out this problem. Could you now ask for the floor? Madam Vice President, could you, with a blue button, ask for the floor once again so that we can enable your microphone and your camera? Great. Now we can see you. Well, it was technical problem, but always in the mandate that was issued in 2001. It led to the commitment of a working group from the Permanent Council, who over 3 months, headed at that time by the permanent representative of Colombia, negotiated the final text of the charter. And since that time, there were different opinions from different governments and civil society, and that all contributed to enrich this text. This text was submitted to all the governments of the hemisphere during a special meeting of the Assembly, which met in Lima, and in the end, the 34 democratic countries of the Americas, we signed it with a full conviction that this Democratic Charter on the 11th of September of 2001, and it's sad at the same time that we remember that's the day of the terrorist attacks on the Twin Towers of New York City, and that was the very day that it was approved, the charter was approved. And it was obviously a traumatic meeting with that going on simultaneously, not only for the United States, but for all humanity, because many changes have come about that we've seen that multilateralism has underwent, particularly what has been experienced in relationships between countries which unfortunately are not the most cordial or friendly, shall we say. For many of us, this democratic charter is a collective commitment, and we have to continue to make sure that all states where there are threats to democracy feel that there is a permanent presence of the interests of all the other countries of the hemisphere, that we can in no way allow there to be constitutional ruptures, and much less claims that we are interfering in their matters when all we're doing is defending and protecting democracy. Because in this defense of democracy is the defense of our own future as a region and our possibilities in our hemisphere to be able to positively be included in the world. This sanctioning clause that the charter has is unique in the world. Only in this region have we had the vision in our sub-regional mechanisms that has been adopted and enshrined as part of the legal storehouse, shall we say, that Central America, the Caribbean, and North America, South America, that we have had lessons, and we are committed to these values. And these democracy continues to see the most suitable governmental system and provides for access to information and freedom of the press, which enables citizens to have a voice and vote, and provides an opportunity to contribute to the decision-making process. Over these 20 years, the Democratic Charter has been invoked at least on 9 occasions. 7 of these times have been truly important in its function of prevention, because they have avoided escalation of political institutional crisis that would have jeopardized the democratic process or the legitimate exercise of power, and would have led to catastrophe in a rupture of democratic order. The OAS has shown its capacity to respond to such situations in the face of institutional crises when member states have requested its support, and on other occasions the member states and the organization itself have set the fundamental precedent that to assault democracy in the region will not go by unnoticed. There will always be an important response, of course, diplomatic, political, and economic response, that is, and it will be significant. Our charter has filled in many of the gaps in the pre-existing regime in defense of democracy, particularly the clauses of Chapter 4, where there's options of from an anti-coup to anti-authoritarian regime language, and there are many examples today. It is of great use as a diplomatic tool, the charter, that is, to expose the worst examples, and it has showed its effectiveness to deal with any escalation threatening democracy. Today we're confronting times of uncertainty in many areas in the future of our society. Sustainable development in our region has been greatly impacted not only by the pandemic but also by all of the threats posed by climate change, national disasters, and the poverty, extreme poverty, and poverty that has come about as a result of climate change and obviously as a result of the pandemic, and the huge backlog and our the huge barriers to housing, education, which prevents our inhabitants of the hemisphere from leading a dignified life. And so therefore, this charter helps solve these problems, and we need to have strong institutions in place with legitimate democracy that have the necessary solidness but also legitimacy provided to them to give a vision to the state with separation of powers and, of course, citizen participation in elections that ensure, obviously, turnover in who's in power. All of this is geared towards maintaining a regime, a family, a party in power indefinitely. All of that poses a true threat to democracy and to neighboring countries of those countries where this is happening. With so much migration, and we're not only experiencing Venezuela's migration, which is, of course, the most notorious case, but there's ongoing permanent migration from all countries that are part of our hemisphere. And that's why Colombia, it's very troubling, particularly right now when we should be even more unified than ever and should not issue misleading messages about changing the OAS for other organizations, and the response should be a flat out no. The OAS is the organization par excellence that brings together all the countries of the hemisphere. The OAS is the organization par excellence. It has the mandate to work at preventing any risk to democracy, and it is the OAS that we must be a part of and come together in to bring about solidarity and cooperation and collaboration in the hemisphere so that we can confront together these challenges that have been brought to us by what I've said: COVID, climate change, this increase in poverty. And therefore, in no way can we ignore that or disregard that when we try to erase with a stroke of a pen the principles of the OAS, and we are falling into the void. But it is a huge error to claim that our hemisphere will be better, turning our back on the U.S. and Canada. It's very naive. It's a huge mistake. We need to be integrated, all of us, and seek a solution and take advantage of the best practices of all countries. And we have the capacity to put this on the table, discuss it, and build on what we already have and continue moving forward together for the solutions that we need. The authoritarian regimes cannot be dealt with as democratic regimes because they are not. Because the mere fact that they hold elections and then say, no, they claim they guarantee democracy, but we've also seen how the electoral system has been abused, and it's been controlled often to bring into power regimes that are completely contrary to the meaning of democracy and spirit of democracy. So democracy has to actually be present in elections and all exercises of power and by those who have been elected democratically into their positions. And our charter underscores this. All these other elements that constitute democracy includes respect for freedoms, human rights, respect for freedom of the press. Whatever it costs, it's in the exercise of power. It must always be done with absolute respect for freedom of the press, to attempt to silence the press is a huge risk, precisely to be able to control the state. And the rule of law must be respected and respect the people's will. And there must be mechanisms that enable us to listen to the call of the people. This has a lot to do with transparency.
So there are many countries that are truly behind. They do not explain why decisions are made, who it impacts, and there are also decisions tied with how public resources are used. The budget transparency is something that could truly be cross-cutting throughout the administration of power to be able to safeguard that democracy will be nurtured, sustained through citizen participation, because at the end of the day, that makes government legitimate. And truly, we know the demands that we face as leaders, but those of citizens as well. It should also be greater. So this is not only about holding democratic elections, as we already mentioned, but that the government execute their democracy in a transparent manner, and that citizens respond. In October 2019, Colombia presented their report on the Inter-American Court of Human Rights on undefined presidential elections within the context of human rights inter-American system. And I'm very proud that Ivan Duque, the president, when he made the decision with that public consultation, he did that, stating that that presupposes a challenge for all institutions, for especially the inter-American system. And the results were very positive. On June 7th, the court made a pronouncement, and it responded with a transcendental sentence stating that democracy goes far beyond that first election that allowed him to attain power. So that consultation process stated that undefined presidential elections is not a human right or an autonomous right, and it is not recognized in any law, nor in the convention, nor in the Inter-American Declaration. So in that corpus juris of international affairs and other treaties, international treaties, nor is it present in the general principles of human rights. So that democracy that is so dear to us, it cannot be the same as someone that aspires for that. It has to have the backing of every citizen that has the guarantees that once a person attains power, it has to do based on the terms of the Constitution. And undefined elections truly threaten human rights. And you cannot claim that there's a greater human power, that that individual who has power has to respond to the law, and he has to or she has to respond to democracy and elections. And it was important that the court also noted that the Inter-American Charter should also be taken into account with Colombia's questions with the Charter, especially with regards to the Charter and dealing with the protection of human rights within all states of the member countries signatory to the Charter. And another aspect important to mention is that close relationship between democracy and human rights. It's important to believe in democracy and understand that democracy will serve as a guarantor to exercise, to respect, and promote human rights. the problems that society faces perhaps cannot be all resolved in the short term, but it will be harder to to resolve those problems when we accept systems that violate human rights in the name of law and development. Our country is convinced that we cannot renounce democracy, and we cannot provide misleading signals in that direction. We have to be firm with the fact that defending democracy is the defense of the future of our citizens. In Colombia, we have been and will always be defenders of hope and democracy. We have faced many challenges, and luckily, we have faced them because our leaders have always been willing and able to defend the democracy and uphold that democracy in our nation. So we need to improve the quality of democracy. We need to work towards greater agreements to be able to strengthen institutionality, improve government conditions, and to provide mutual support to learn from each other. All of us are exposed every day to new challenges that we must face, and many times it may lead to uncertainty. But for example, how about the protests that occurred in November 2019? What Chile has suffered, what the cost of that suffering in worry and headaches for Chile. Then in Ecuador, we faced other sufferings, and in Colombia 2019. So we want to share and understand that hardship that Chile experienced. We want to learn from those experiences and those of Ecuador. So in Colombia, we held a national dialogue where we had different entities that were able to vent and their worry, their concern, and we were trying to learn from others and share experiences to be able to face any risk in this country that would impact or deter the sustainability of the country. So we cannot the OAS has an inherent, we need deterrence. We cannot support deterrence to that stability. We do not want the destruction of the wealth of democracy, of our economic sustenance of our population, of the full sovereignty of, we want the full sovereignty of our nation, and to uphold all human rights and fundamental rights as well. Unfortunately, we have seen that these hardships that many countries have experienced or almost experienced, have a certain type of tolerance or for some reason governments for ideological issues will accept that hardship or tolerate it, but many times because they are not they're not supportive of the United States, they will nonetheless tolerate these ideological differences, but they cannot be a pretext to allow any risks to topple democracy in any of our countries. And I reiterate this relationship of rapprochement with the United States, with Canada. What it all does is guarantee freedom of individual rights for economic development with a market that will allow initiatives to be fostered, private initiatives as well, and will allow the separation of powers to be the best guarantee to uphold citizen rights. So we have to prevent any risk from rupturing democracy, nor any affronts to this organization. The challenges are immense. We have to be able to resolve them. We have to perhaps understand that there are many forums, meetings that deal with economic constraints, but we need to look at all the linkages and be able to create greater jobs or more jobs in the region, and complement each other through our institutions and find there the strength of each of the nations of our hemisphere. We have to, the SELAC has to be complemented with the OAS. We have to find how to be able to strengthen other institutions. So, ECLAC, that is. So we have to also understand that the future of our democracies depends on a stable democracy and economic harmonious development with social development as well, where we all play a role, all inhabitants of this hemisphere. Thank you everyone for taking part and allowing me to speak today. Thank you. Thank you, Marta Lucia, for your comments that we truly value. Dear friend is now following His Excellency, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Chile. And it's a personal pleasure for this chair to introduce the Minister, Andrés Alemán. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair of the Permanent Council. Dear friend, Harold Forsyth, I'd like to also greet the General Secretary, the esteemed Luis Almagro, the ambassadors, other authorities present. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the government of Chile, I would like to thank this meeting of the Permanent Council, the meeting I've attended in the past, especially this special meeting to commemorate the 20th anniversary of the Inter-American Democratic Charter. I'd like to emphasize that Chile, my country, actively participated in the negotiations that gave rise to the Charter. And this occurred based on three important milestones. The Declaration of Santiago of Chile that was signed way back in 1959 at the fifth consultation meeting of meeting of consultation of the Ministers of Affairs. We approved the commitment of Santiago for democracy and renovation of the inter-American system at the General Assembly held in Santiago in 1991. And the third was the resolution, as you are all well aware, 1080 on representative democracy that sought to establish a mechanism for the OAS to be able to respond effectively to an interruption in the democratic process by any country in the region. So the Charter has made significant headway in the commitments and legal processes in the region by upholding representative democracy. It generated facilities to join efforts to uphold the stability of democracy, or apply articles on with governments that are not willing to adhere to democratic policies in our region. Mr. Chair, the Democratic Charter has been subject to many criticisms by stakeholders from civil society and academia. Yet, they do not deny, nor do they state that it is an important instrument, legal instrument for strengthening democracy in our region. It also warrants reflection with regards to the state of, or the context of where the Charter should operate. 20 years back, when the Charter was approved, what was behind that, we could say, what was in the backdrop was the idea of what we could refer to the external threat to democracy. In other words, what we wanted to avoid was action against democratic governments that were harassed by military forces, sometimes subversive forces, which had the objective of deriding legitimate powers and toppling these governments. But what we see today is what we can say are internal threats to democracy. In other words, governments that do not respect the rule of law, they crush individual rights, invade the powers of other state entities, and try to deride the efforts of other state agencies, and they will become eternal authors of power and topple and crush the paradoxically other state agencies at their own whim. So this is a threat to democracy, and they have many times become the aggressors, sometimes open and sometimes hidden, but nevertheless they threaten democracy. We have to look at the new landscape of current democracy. There are phenomena that persist as endemic: poverty, inequality, corruption, and slight economic improvements. So we see that there's a broad gap that seems to rise between authorities and citizens, governments and citizens, and we need to address that in all areas. A generalized rejection to political parties, the growth of populism, political partisanship that is fragmented, that makes it harder to govern, the unsanctioned drug trafficking is also something that intoxicates and can ruin the political landscape. And COVID-19 has nonetheless highlighted these negative aspects. So it's important to ask oneself, should we update the Inter-American Charter in light of these new challenges that we face? Chile believes that we should. Our challenges continue. They are multinational and dynamic and ever more complex. And they are facing unheard scenarios that humanity has still that now faces. And collectively, we must work together profoundly and serenely in order to uphold the commitment to be able to uphold the applicability of this charter. So, Mr. Chair, to end, just wanted to mention that 20 years after its birth, it leads us to democracy, the charter that is. It safeguards human rights in a broad spectrum, and it condemns those that do not respect our hemispheric commitment and tradition. Those who face those who are imprisoned, whose rights are not upheld, we send them our support, and we act in solidarity with them. Crises should all be peaceful institutionality and not be caused by the individuals that are impacted by them. So multilateralism and human rights should be upheld. So we also uphold the Sustainable Development 2030 commitments, and we will continue to fight to avoid environmental holocaust. Chile redefines its commitment to the Organization of American States of Human Rights in its current, as it currently stands, with the countries that now uphold its charter and will always defend democracy in our region. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for your kind words, Minister Alemant. Thank you so much. We truly value your comments. Now, the distinguished Minister of or Secretary of Human Rights of the Republic of Ecuador has the floor. Sorry, Madam Bernarda Ordóñez. Madam Minister. Greetings to the Permanent Council of the Organization of American States, Honorable Minister Gaston Brown, Prime Minister Antigua and Barbuda, Honorable Marta Lucia Ramirez, Vice President, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Colombia, Minister Andrés Alemán, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Chile, and Ambassador of the OAS, Luis Almagro, Representative of Ecuador before the OAS, Carlos Japa, and permanent members and authorities. Good morning to all of you who have attended this important session of the Permanent Council of the Organization of American States. We send a fraternal greeting from Ecuador, and I would like to thank Mr. Harold Forsyth, permanent chair of the Permanent Council, for convening this meeting. Today, I have this the commitment to represent Ecuador, ladies and gentlemen and children who I represent. I would like to mention on behalf of the Constitutional President of Ecuador, Guillermo Lasso Mendoza, for his commitment to promote and strengthen the principles, practices, and a democratic and promote a democratic culture in the countries of the region. I am Minister Secretary for Human Rights of Ecuador, Ms. Moscoso, and I uphold the human rights and comprehensive rights of all in Ecuador. And we have a commitment, international and national commitments to human rights instruments. In Ecuador, Ecuador is the essence of the new millennium and democracy. Democracy without liberty is inconceivable. It's an empty discourse. It will upholding democracy will be most positive for our countries in our region. We have to uphold the mechanisms that make countries more democratic. That's why it's important to uphold the experience of the uphold the OAS in the form of the Democratic Charter. It was created on September 11th, 2001, the Democratic Charter that promotes democracy, representative democracy, must be strengthened throughout our region through the commitments of its mandates, not only through its institutions, but through the voice of our citizens. We are aware that it's the only way of consolidating democratic states and upholding truly democratic states and fostering the rule of law where human rights can be promulgated and the fundamental rights of all throughout our territories. The Inter-American Democratic Charter paved the way, and it perfected the evolution of the protection of human rights within the inter-American systems by establishing a strong link with human rights, and that is noted in the Charter. It was adopted by acclaim. The Democratic Charter has become its main instrument, or one of the most important instruments in the hemisphere, to deter suffering and foster a culture of peace. In its institutional observance of human rights, given its the different instruments that protect human rights. So the American states now have an enormous responsibility to be able to, to obtain and carry out the mandate of the Charter and be able to foster a sustainable development and democracy, especially now since the Charter was signed in 2001, now more than ever, that we fight the hardships of transparency, or we're dealing with the hardships of transparency, and we must be accountable and foster the democratic system. And now we have to be able to remember that we need democratic parity and gender equality. a legal international inter-American framework has now been established that is solid, and it works to protect human rights, to sanction discrimination, protect women from all forms of violence, which is also a scourge and impacts democracy. So the government acknowledges the essential pillars of the Jomamba or the Rodos Doctrine, which also reaffirms the respect of human rights here in Ecuador, and also upholds the internal democracy. And these principles do not uphold non-intervention, and this was stated in this was based on the Democratic Charter, and is reinforces Ecuador's commitment to democracy, which we take very seriously. I'd like to thank you for this opportunity, and now I would like to just break protocol a bit, just to state that I was an intern at the OAS, at the Permanent Council, and it's a great honor to be here, to come back to this meeting where I trained as an intern, and I'm very just happy to see you all, Honorable Secretary General. I was there where you took power, and we have to strengthen the OAS. And uphold the four fundamental pillars that are upheld in the Charter, and it makes me very proud to be here. And I also thank the Permanent Mission of Ecuador, and thank you for allowing me to speak on behalf of the Ecuadorian citizens. Thank you.
Very much, Madam Minister. It's an honor. It's an honor to have you here with us at the Permanent Council speaking. Thank you very much for your categoric remarks and an expression of gratitude to the permanent representative of Ecuador. Next, we have one of the three video presentations that have been sent in by the distinguished personalities. We will be we're unable to hear them live, so that is the Minister of Foreign Relations of Peru is in this Mexico City, so I will constantly, I'm sorry, and Minister of Foreign Relations of Guatemala as well, Pedro Brolovila, also has been kind enough to submit to us a video of his remarks. And so I would ask the Secretariat at this time to put this video up. First, we have Pedro Brolovila, Minister of Foreign Relations of the Republic of Guatemala, the host of our upcoming General Assembly. Go ahead. Thank you, Chair. I want to fraternally greet on behalf of President Alejandro Giammattei Falla, the President, also to Ambassador Harold Forsyth, the Permanent Council Chair, the Secretary General of the OAS, Luis Almagro, the Assistant Secretary General, and all the observers and permanent representatives. Chair, allow me also to convey the solidarity from the people of Guatemala to the United States and in memory of the victims of the attacks on September 11th of 2001. 2 decades later, in this regard, we continue to remember. Chair, it's a privilege for me to recall together with you the 20th anniversary of the Inter-American Democratic Charter at this special meeting of the Permanent Council of the Organization of American States. Guatemala is a country with a deep integrationist tradition. It has been an active stakeholder in the inter-American system since the beginning of Pan-Americanism, and as well as the progressive development of the organization. As a founding member of the Organization of American States, being the oldest regional organization of the world and a signatory of the Charter, we continue to hold dear a regime of individual freedom, to uphold peace, fraternity, and collaboration and the independence of our peoples. On this occasion, Guatemala reiterates its commitment to the identity and exercise of democracy as one of the pillars which holds up the prosperity of the entire hemisphere. Among its main objectives is the defense and promotion of representative democracy. Mr. Chairman, 20 years after the Democratic Charter came into effect, it's an important achievement for the hemisphere that we must recall and protect because of its historical importance, not only to the peoples of the Americas, but also to the entire world. Let us recall the processes that took place between 1980 and 1990 that made it possible for the governments of the Americas to achieve a renewed consensus about the recognition and exercise of new practices of representative democracy. As a result of a more globalized world, the interdependence and multilateralism. In keeping with this new democracy, the General Assembly of the OAS of 1991 made it possible to strengthen the commitment of Santiago and approved the Resolution 1080 about representative democracy as an important precedent for this important anniversary that we're commemorating today. Chair, this democratic charter, the approval by the General Assembly on September 11th of 2001, this adoption represented a paradigm shift that strengthened a peaceful coexistence between sovereign states and a new attempt to strengthen representative democracy in defense of human rights, as well as the principle of non-intervention, free determination of peoples, and shared international responsibility among the community of the Americas. Guatemala recognized the historic importance of the timely participation of the Organization of American States in the political life of the countries of the hemisphere, including in my country, in light of the principles of the political constitution of the Republic. The Inter-American Democratic Charter establishes that the peoples of the Americas have the right to democracy in their governments, the obligation to promote and defend it. It is an instrument at the service of preventive democracy and democratic solidarity. It also provides that effective exercise of democracy, representative democracy, is the basis for the rule of law and constitutional regimes of the member states of the OAS. My country reiterates its adherence to the essential elements of representative democracy, such as respect for human rights, access to public power, and the exercise thereof based on rule of law, holding free, fair, and periodic elections with secret balloting as an expression of the sovereignty of the people, freedom of opinion, and plurality of parties and political organizations, and the separation and independence of the branches of government. The application of the Charter in all cases has helped representative democracy in an orderly and institutional peaceful way, because it represents a legitimate mechanism to coordinate in the same direction and under the same interests of the different social, political, and academic and business and student interests that have all come together under this same interest of protecting the institutional framework and governance of the countries of the hemisphere. Mr. Chairman, as I mentioned, at this Permanent Council on September 1st of this year, humanity is going through an economic and social and health crisis that's unprecedented. A year later, since the COVID-19 crisis began, we continue to face challenges in distributing vaccines to preserve the environment, to fight against poverty, to eradicate hunger, and to achieve nutritional and food security. Guatemala is convinced that democracy is the essential framework to be able to overcome these challenges. Lastly, Guatemala trusts and invites the membership of this organization to continue to defend, promote, and strengthen and broaden the principles and values of representative democracy in our hemisphere, in in the quest for a renewed Americas, which would be the motto of the 51st General Assembly. Thank you very much. We are very much appreciate the message that His Excellency Pedro Bralu, the Minister of Foreign Relations of Guatemala, has given us, and we also express our gratitude to the permanent representative of Guatemala, Rita Clavieri de Scioli, for the support she has given us in managing this message of the Foreign Minister. Next, we have, I would ask the Secretariat now to put up on the screen the message of the Minister of Foreign Relations of Peru, Ambassador Oscar Maurutua. Please go right ahead, Secretariat. Mr. Ambassador Harold Forsyth, Chair of the Permanent Council of the Organization of American States, OAS. Mr. Luis Almagro, Secretary General of the Organization of American States, OAS. Ladies and gentlemen, ministers and chiefs of delegation of the American States, esteemed colleagues and friends. 20 years ago, our countries met here in Lima to usher in a new stage in the history of politics in our continent. We adopted the Inter-American Democratic Charter. According to its first provision, and I quote, "The peoples of the Americas have the right to democracy and their governments the obligation to promote it and defend it. Democracy is essential for social, political, and economic development of the peoples of the Americas," close quote. Thus, this international instrument enshrines democracy as a hemispheric, inter-American, and indispensable value for the construction of societies where the respect for human rights prevails and ensures economic and social development of the peoples. Fate has had it that the 20th anniversary of this initiative, which concluded a process that my country was honored to lead, is commemorated with Peru in the rotating chairmanship of this permanent council. And a broader coincidence is the bicentennial year of the independence of Peru, proclaimed by the liberators José de San Martín, July 28th, 1821. That epic feat was sealed 3 years later in Ayacucho, which allows me also to recall the convening from Lima of the Amphictyonic Congress of Panama, which was the seat of the organization that hosts us today. Peru, like most of the countries here present today, has enshrined in its constitution the model of representative democracy, which, as has been written into the Inter-American Democratic Charter, is the basis for the rule of law. Representative democracy, as a collective spirit in its interdependence with economic and social development at the service of the people, especially the most vulnerable members of the population. And thus, it can not only be understood as the right to elect and be elected, but that it must encourage citizen participation in all of its dimensions, avoiding in this way a disconnect between the sovereign people and its representatives, and seeking constantly practical results to benefit the people. The history of the Americas is not without coup d'etat, authoritarianism, abuses and assaults on democracy. That same history that has left us the main lessons so that history is not repeated. America is today and must continue to be a space where democratic values, human rights, and development and security must be at the top of the totem pole of principles that are also the four pillars upon which we have built this organization. The commitments established in the Inter-American Democratic Charter have guided our states to develop in full harmony with respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms. But it is necessary to realize that the Charter in and of itself doesn't render states immune to disruptions of democratic order. It obligates us to evaluate the scope of the instruments that we have provided for in the Democratic Charter itself, to not lose sight of the democratic institutional framework may be assaulted from different fronts. One of these is corruption, which undermines democratic governance and legal stability. It diverts the required resources to finance development. It generates disillusion and mistrust in institutions and increases inequality. Consistent with the need to combat corruption, the 8th Summit of the Americas held in Lima in 2018 adopted the commitment of Lima for democratic governance. Therefore, we are pleased to see that the United States, who will be the host at the next summit, has decided to pick up on this commitment and follow up on it, and we are sure that this will create a multilateral frame of action that links to the defense and promotion of democracy against corruption. Esteemed colleagues and friends, Peru maintains intact the conviction that it had propelled 2 decades ago when the constitutionally elected president Valentin Paniagua, and specifically his representative at the time before the OAS, Ambassador Manuel Rodriguez Cuadros, to promote and achieve adoption of the instrument that brings us here today. Indeed, this is the major instrument supporting democracy in the member states of the organization, defense and promotion of democracy within the inter-American system, and the experience of enforcing the Charter to strengthen the desired results contributes to the integral development and combating poverty. Thus, it is necessary to ponder the legal measures which, as a consequence of a democratic rupture or disturbance of the democratic order in a member state, taking into account isolationist mechanisms or sanctions, are not necessarily useful to restore democratic order. On the contrary, such actions can be counterproductive and in some instances end up having a detrimental effect on citizens, especially the most vulnerable ones. We must therefore strengthen the spaces of policy, diplomacy, understanding, and consensus, and common good in service of people in the face of situations of instability of democratic regimes in our countries. Therefore, it's essential to respect the principle of non-interference or intervention. I must underscore at the same time that the Charter is not aimed at being an instrument to impose a standardized democratic system, but rather to respect the diversity of our political systems so that these systems ensure respect for human rights, separation of powers, access to justice for everyone in a context of legality pursuant to the prevailing constitutional order of each country. Ladies and gentlemen, I complete these remarks underscoring that the Inter-American Democratic Charter is more than an instrument for the defense and preservation of democracy, but it has been designed as a mechanism for diplomacy, political action that encourages inclusive democratic governments on behalf of the peoples of the hemisphere beyond ideological political differences and differences in interests. Consequently, I find that this substantive element must be preserved in the everyday exercise of our work within this permanent council vis-a-vis the future in the benefit of all peoples. Thank you very much. Okay, this chair indeed appreciates the message put forward by the Minister of Foreign Relations of Peru, Ambassador Oscar Marutua, has given us. And we also like to thank the permanent representative of Peru for facilitating in an efficient way this presentation and the production of the video. Next, it is an honor to greet for this chair and give the floor to His Excellency Pedro Miguel da Costa de Silva, Secretary of Bilateral and Regional Negotiations in the Americas of the Ministry of Foreign Relations of Brazil. Ambassador da Costa de Silva, you have the floor. Good morning. I would like to thank the chair of the Permanent Council, Ambassador Harold Forsett, Secretary General Luis Almagro, Assistant Secretary General Mendez, and other authorities who are taking part at this meeting. Chair, I would like to thank you for the initiative of convening this special meeting to commemorate the 20th anniversary of the Inter-American Democratic Charter. Democracy at the OAS is of a practical use to us. It has helped us to consolidate democracy and in initiatives and mechanisms and actions whose actual impact is felt throughout the hemisphere. Other international organizations have presented similar results, but very few have ratified such a charter of an organization and adopted so many regional instruments, or an instrument like the Democratic Charter, and taken on a commitment to promote and defend democracy and human rights throughout the continents of the Americas. We consider that even though we defend under the 4 pillars of the OAS in practice, democracy is the major pillar. There cannot be, without democracy, development or effective protection of human rights. Brazil did not only actively take part in the discussions that led to the approval of the Inter-American Democratic Charter 20 years ago, and it continues to act to reclaim the original spirit of it, and has promoted measures to strengthen democracy adopted on an annual basis by the General Assembly. Chairman, over the last years, the OAS has been consolidated as a privileged forum that plays a major role in the Americas to collectively deal with political crises that threaten democracy. It's a main organization. It's not surprising that the charter is mentioned throughout the hemisphere at all different forums. In this context, this charter is a conceptual document that can serve as the basis for broader reflections on democracy, which Brazil supported May this year between the Summits Committee to have civil society to take part in the summits, and to deal with democratic resiliency as well. It is a support for this. On this opportunity, there were many considerations that can be useful to the regions, countries of the regions, to strengthen the application of the Charter and democracy. We want to underscore two fundamental elements of democracy. These elements, of course, are lessons to us, and these are in the Inter-American Charter, Democratic Charter. But all democratic process must begin with free, fair, and transparent elections that are inclusive and that respect the sovereignty of the people. In this regard, I take advantage of this opportunity to exalt the constance of the electoral observation missions of the OAS. It's important to mention this, the expertise of the Department of Electoral Observation Cooperation. It's an important instrument to ensure full rights to vote and to hold free and fair and transparent elections. I also put forward that efforts made by the OAS with regard to Article 17 and 18 of the Charter to preserve democratic institutional frameworks. Brazil follows this line of defending representative democracy throughout the region and to hold up the values of the Inter-American Democratic Charter. At a time when we commemorate the 20th anniversary of this essential instrument for the democratic institutions of all countries, we want to say that it's important that we must continue to act in applying this charter on behalf of the strengthening of representative democracy in the Americas. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, Ambassador Costa Silva, for your categorical remarks and this chair, and we all appreciate very much. Next, we will call on the Secretariat to put up the last video remarks we are going to be putting up at this council. It is a video that is the message of Michael Grant, Vice Minister for the Americas of the Ministry of World Affairs of Canada. Go ahead, Secretariat.
Buenos dias, bon dia. I would like to thank the Chair of the Permanent Council and Secretary General Almagro for hosting this event, as well as the panelists for their presentations. On behalf of the Government of Canada, we are pleased to participate in this special Permanent Council meeting to commemorate the 20th anniversary of the Inter-American Democratic Charter. Canada views the Charter as one of the region's signature achievements and a key tool to reinforce democracy. The Charter holds a special place in our hearts as it came about as a direct result of the 2001 Summit of the Americas held in Quebec City. In the Declaration of Quebec, leaders called for an Inter-American Democratic Charter to reinforce OAS instruments for the active defense of representative democracy. And as you know, the Charter was negotiated and ultimately adopted on September 11, 2001. Since that date, the Charter has been a fundamental reference for our collective response to democratic crises, efforts to ensure the respect for democratic rights, and an instrument to promote more inclusive, accountable governance. The COVID-19 pandemic has affected every part of our societies, including the way in which we hold elections. We would like to commend member states that held free and fair elections despite the difficulties posed by the pandemic, and for ensuring both the democratic process and the health and safety of voters.
Canada commends the efforts executed to increase transparency and fight corruption throughout the region. Specifically, we'll continue to implement the commitment made in Lima. Such initiatives are essential to uphold our democratic institutions and increase citizen trust in the government. Despite the progress we have made since the adoption of the Charter, we can actually do more to safeguard democratic principles in some areas of our region. Although the democratic stability in the region may not seem to be threatened, it is faced with a number of challenges that may exacerbate this threat, including corruption, insecurity, and inequality. We must also equally recognize that new threats to democratic institutions and principles are associated with digital communication tools and related media. While these tools can be used to increase citizen participation and engagement, the spread of misinformation and false information has become a significant challenge in our efforts to fight. This must evolve and modernize. Democracy is not just about maintaining our stability. It's about ensuring accountable government, inclusive and responsible government through strong and independent institutions, promoting and respecting the rights of individuals, and make sure that the rights are held and respected, and ensure that all members of society are represented and that their voice is heard, specifically the most vulnerable.
Advancing democracy across its international assistance and foreign policy, namely through our programming, advocacy, and diplomatic efforts. We support initiatives to build the capacity of local human rights organizations and marginalized communities to fully participate in political life and provide training to members of parliament across the region. Canada directly supports the OAS in its efforts to strengthen democracy in the hemisphere through funding of electoral observation missions, building the capacity of electoral management bodies, and strengthening democratic institutions. Over the next year, we will all participate in the OAS General Assembly and a Summit of the Americas. The promotion and defense of democracy, as outlined in the Charter, have long been central themes in both events, and we look forward to continuing this important work with the Guatemalan and U.S. hosts and all of our partners in the Americas. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Muchísimas gracias. Muito obrigado.
Thank you so much. We're truly grateful for the message that you have sent. The Assistant Deputy Minister of the Americas Global Affairs Canada, Michael Grant, they played an incredible role, very important one, in the signing of the Charter 20 years back, as also was the case with Costa Rica, who is up next. And for that reason, I'm going to now give the floor to Minister Guillermo Fernandez. He's Vice Minister of Multilateral Affairs of the Republic of Costa Rica, and it's a pleasure to have you here. You have the floor, Minister. Vice Minister. Good morning, Mr. Chair. I'd like to greet the Vice President, ministers, other chairs that are taking part in this meeting, as well as representatives and alternates here at the Permanent Council meeting, my dear Luis Almagro, and Ambassador Forsyth. It's a great pleasure to be here commemorating as the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Peru, that it reflects for many nations the importance of this session, and it's also doubly important for us because we are celebrating our bicentennial of our independence. So our countries have truly done so much in the 200 years of our independence, the countries in our Central American region, and they truly give us with a good sense of what freedom, liberty is. liberty is we could say a precursor to democracy. And you have convened this permanent council precisely to commemorate the adoption of the Democratic Charter. And it is truly symbolic, especially during these very difficult times. And it's due to the fact that 20 years back, 2001 was a milestone in the history of our hemisphere for various reasons. First of all, because it was the first year of the 21st century, sorry, but also because of that tragedy that while we were celebrating the signature of the charter, we witnessed one of the most horrible moments in our contemporary history, in our current history, which were the terrorist attacks of 9/11. These attacks will be forever remembered in our among all of us, but it also serves to motivate us, to remind us today and every day that we need to fight for freedom and strengthen democracy in our countries. Because democracy is not an asset that pertains to a country. Democracy is a public and global asset, and that is what we have to see it as. I believe that the democratic principles that are stated in the Inter-American Democratic Charter are based have a framework in the democracy of the countries of the Americas, and our obstacle-ridden history has defined democracy in this country. Although the authoritarian trends of the 70s of the last century were overcome, the path that we've paved has not been easy, and we continue to face constraints, difficulties, especially due to the pandemic. Participatory democracy is what has made it possible for countries to be able to develop acceptable governance in most of our countries. Democracy as a political system based on freedom is not guaranteed in itself. It must be carefully nurtured by citizen participation without any distinction, and it should be guarantee respect for all and peace and stability throughout the region. It's only in this way that we can face those threats that undermine governance and democracy, and that prevent the full achievement and effective exercise of human rights. So we have to continue to promote, to support institutions, to fight against corruption, to fight against the lack of transparency, challenging economic factors, insecurity, respect for independence of powers, freedom of expression, inequality, and social exclusion, all taken into account and multiplied by the spread of the SARS-CoV-2 coronavirus. Today, more than ever, states must join forces to execute cooperation actions to strengthen democratic institutions in defense and promotion of human rights. We have witnessed at this meeting or many of these meetings, the magnitude of these threats, many of them also caused by personal ambition or interests that are far removed from the common good. For this reason, we do celebrate the foresight that our leaders had back in 2001 to sign this effective instrument, which was meant to safeguard democracy in our region and protect the freedom of individuals. So we are a hemisphere that is truly resilient. We face many challenges, natural disasters, terrorist acts, wars, and above all, poverty, among other challenges. Not all solutions and roads that we've trotted on have been successful. They've not been easy. We haven't, but remember, we're not perfect, and we have to remember our democratic principles nonetheless, despite these challenges. But today, the greatest challenge that we face in the Americas is the weakening of our institutions, erosion of democracy, and exclusion, which is why new ideas, creativity, initiatives to support and contribute to protect and improve democratic governance must consider ideological plurality and defending and strengthening the rule of law. We must be collectively responsible to ensure democratic principles, that democratic principles are upheld. As my precursor said, ideological notions should not be contrary to democracy. Democracy is strengthened with dialogue, with different points of view. When we discuss, when we have a Cartesian dialogue, when we express differences, that's where we come up with new ideas. For Costa Rica, democracy, peace, inclusion, rule of law are essential, and nevertheless, we do recognize the importance of continuing to strengthen them as we strengthen citizen participation, which is key to our democratic livelihood, which is what allows us to assess and correct our actions, as Article 6 of the Inter-American Democratic Charter states. And I'm going to quote, "The participation of citizens in decisions having to do with their own development is a right and a responsibility," close quotes. It's a right that should be exercised responsibly through free, transparent, and participatory exercises of electoral processes. The greatest threat that we face are ourselves, human beings, those who govern us, those who we elect to be our representatives. We make poor choices sometimes, but this should not deter us from continuing to believe in the system. At the same time, although it is our own threat, we are the solution. So the members of the member states of the OAS have worked hard and dedicated themselves for the highest values of democracy, an effort that must always be carried out to respect the will of people, self-determination, and sovereignty thereof through multilateral dialogue, avoid polarization, because this is a path that will lead us to a more prosperous, more equal, and more united region. And allow me to end with the following. Democracy is consolidated with more democracy. Freedom should be experienced with greater freedom, and democracy is strengthened with honest dialogue, political will, citizen participation, education and inclusion, socioeconomic inclusion. And just to give an example of how democracy is strengthened by more democracy, the OAS will only be strengthened with more OAS. Thank you. That was great. Truly. Truly. Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Minister, for your invaluable intervention. Now, the United States representative will ensue, and we will now listen to the new United States Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for Western Hemisphere Affairs, and he will address us next. He was probably born when the charter was signed, but for us, we will now introduce Brian Nichols. You have the floor. You're a dear friend, and we wish you great success in the important role that you have just began to undertake. You have the floor.
Chair of the Permanent Council and good friend, Ambassador Harold Forsyth, Secretary General Dr. Luis Almagro, Assistant Secretary Mendez, distinguished colleagues, permanent representatives, I would like to thank Peru for organizing this very important meeting today. I am honored to participate as my first public event as Assistant Secretary of State for Western Hemisphere Affairs. 20 years ago, our nations resolved that the Americas will be guided by the principles of democracy, that sovereignty resides in the people, and that the rule of law must defend individual liberty, that human rights are to be enjoyed by all, that economic freedom promotes prosperity that can lift millions out of poverty, and that political and economic freedoms are the instruments of lasting peace. Our nations resolved to work together to put these principles into practice. In many countries, we have watched free and fair elections supported by electoral observation missions. We have defended independent civil society activists and journalists and watched individuals enjoy equality under the law. However, democracy is fragile. 20 years later, we see democracy under attack. And in many countries, we see the erosion of democratic institutions. And in some countries in the Americas, some people have never actually experienced democracy. In the last decade, the region has seen laws imported from elsewhere enacted to remove safeguards that prevent governments from abusing their power. We have seen private citizens jailed for exercising their rights to free speech, for exercising their right to criticize the government in power. We've seen families, civil society organizations, and individuals attacked because they pose political impediments to the exercise of unchecked government power. We have also seen the separation of powers and independence of branches of government called for in the Democratic Charter challenged, undermined, and subverted by executive authority. We have seen constitutionally enacted term limits removed to favor incumbents in power. These actions undermine not only the Inter-American Democratic Charter, but all that the OAS represents. The Inter-American Democratic Charter establishes democracy as nothing less than the foundation upon which we will build the future. It is now for all of us, citizens, governments, institutions, to put together the Charter's empowering provisions to work for the ordinary men and women of this hemisphere. Genuine democracy protects all citizens, especially the most vulnerable. My government's strong support for the Inter-American Democratic Charter and our ongoing efforts to work with our hemispheric partners on issues affecting us all underscore the dynamic community that exists among our governments and peoples. Because we share fundamental values and important responsibilities, it is possible for us to achieve substantial results through multilateral cooperation, but we must be firm in our convictions that if the Charter's principles are to mean anything. The adoption of the Charter represented multilateralism at its finest, but we must see our commitment through for the next 20 years and beyond, even if the decisions are difficult. It is the OAS and our solidarity that resonates throughout this hemisphere because it reflects the needs and hopes of our people and the shared goals of the countries in our region. But we must have the courage to act in this body, invoke the Charter when the circumstances warrant it, and press that we take the principles of the Charter seriously. When a government jails presidential candidates and cancels the registration of the only genuine opposition party, that is not consistent with the principles we share under the Inter-American Democratic Charter. These are the times when our voice matters most, especially for those in Nicaragua who are living in fear and are looking to us for solidarity and hope, and for a signal that repression of this kind cannot occur with impunity. The Ortega Murillo government is using several Russian-inspired laws to justify its repression, laws that are totally inconsistent with the founding principles of this organization and the Inter-American Democratic Charter. We must hold the Ortega Murillo government accountable for undermining democracy and the human rights of those attempting to exercise their freedoms in Nicaragua. In Cuba, the world watched Cuban authorities arrest and beat peaceful protesters, journalists, and independent voices for merely exercising their human rights to freedom of expression and peaceful assembly and for demanding freedom. We join their families, Cuba's human rights defenders, and people around the world in calling for the immediate release of all of those unjustly detained. But problems are not just in countries like Cuba and Nicaragua. Authoritarianism and nationalism are on the rise around the world, regardless of ideology. Governments are becoming less transparent and have lost the trust of the people. Elections are increasingly flashpoints for violence. Corruption is growing, and the pandemic has accelerated many of these trends. The Charter is our baseline to push back against these forces. The Democratic Charter reflects the will of all the peoples of the Americans who care about the future of our hemisphere. It is the fulfillment of the promise that our heads of state made to our peoples at the Summit of the Americas in Quebec in 2001. When the United States hosts the 9th Summit of the Americas in 2022, we will continue to advocate for fulfilling the promise that all the peoples of the Americas have a right to democracy and their governments have an obligation to promote and defend it. It is a response to the demands of all of our peoples that they be assured a voice in shaping their destinies, that they have the means to hold their political leaders and institutions to account, and that they have the opportunities, resources, and security to claim their right to personal and civic freedom. What the founding fathers of my own country called the inalienable right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Indeed, protecting and securing these fundamental rights has been a primary task of the OAS since our governments committed in 1948 to making the Americas a land of liberty. Working together in a transparent manner and with political will, we must continue to act under the Democratic Charter to strengthen democratic institutions and ensure that the benefits of democracy are tangible for all actors of our hemisphere's population, particularly the poor and marginalized. Implementing the Inter-American Democratic Charter requires resolve, hard work, and clarity of vision. Implementation of the Charter requires respect for constitutional order and legal frameworks, respect for fundamental human rights and freedoms, respect for the pluralistic system, respect for the rule of law, respect for political parties and separation of powers, and independence of the branches of government, transparency and probity in government, strengthening political parties, support for freedom of assembly and of association, freedom of the press, and respect for democratic institutions. This list of attributes of a democratic society is, of course, not exhaustive, but they are all related one to the other. They are also all clearly stated in Chapter 1 of the Charter, which itself serves as a frame for today's discussion. Colleagues, the United States has given much thought to the mechanisms that could assist the democracies of our hemisphere to grow stronger on their own terms. We have observed many ways in which the objective of supporting democratic governance might be advanced in a practical, constructive way within the framework of the Democratic Charter and respectful of member state sovereignty. For our part, we also aim to uphold the principles of the Charter. The United States knows from our own experience that democracy is more than just voting. Democracy is to uphold the will of the people, to support democratic institutions, respect human rights. We know marginalized people feel underrepresented. We have seen and witnessed this in the United States as protests unfolded in cities across our country. These are events that bring the seriousness of purpose to us and our urgency to contain the pandemic, deliver economic relief to tens of millions of people across the Americas, and advance racial justice and equity across the board in healthcare, education, housing, and our economy, environment, justice system, and electoral process. We do so not only because it's the right thing to do, but because it's the smart thing to do and benefits all of us in this nation. These are how democracies support the will of the people. Shoring up our democracy is a foreign policy imperative for the United States, and the Charter is our guide in the Americas. Strong democracies are more stable, more open, better partners to each other, more committed to human rights, less prone to conflict, more dependable markets for our goods and services. When democracies are weak, governments can't deliver for their people, or a country becomes so polarized it's hard to get anything done. They become more vulnerable to extremist movements from the inside and to interference from the outside. The more we and other democracies in this virtual room can show the world that we can deliver not only for our people, but also for each other, the more we can refute the lie authoritarian countries love to tell, that theirs is a better way to meet people's fundamental needs and hopes. It's on us to prove them wrong. Colleagues, today we, as OAS member states, have an important opportunity before us as we begin to contemplate the successes and challenges of effectively implementing the Inter-American Democratic Charter, a full 20 years after it was adopted, and at a time when democracy is under attack in our region. It is up to us to commit ourselves to deepening this ongoing dialogue and to move forward with a concrete, timely, and effective course of action to make the Charter's promise a tangible reality for America's citizens and to fight back against repression and authoritarian regimes. Thank you, and I look forward to working with you to advance our shared values.
Thank you so much, thank you so much, Mr. Nichols, for your words and for thank you for making a direct reference to the charter and to its importance. And again, we wish you great success in your endeavors. Now we're going to hear the General Secretary of the Organization of American States, Mr. Luis Almagro. You have the floor. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. 20 years back, all of the American countries in the Americas signed the Inter-American Charter in Lima 10 years after the approval of Resolution 1080. The first established the possibility to threaten anything that would, or to sanction anything that would threaten democracy in the Americas. Now it led to fostering democracy and throughout the countries and establishing the competencies for that. We have been strengthening each of the elements of representative democracy. Measures have been adopted based on the agreement that allowed the OAS to help states in the event that we needed to sanction any of them. So we have, as observers, electoral observers, the OAS has been witness to electoral fraud. The OAS strengthened mechanisms for protection of human rights. They adopted standards for fighting corruption and established good practices guideline. There were instruments that were developed to improve access to justice, information, to facilitate the participation of the civil sector to cooperate in their development and their security. These are all elements that are part of, that comprise representative government. Then Quebec asked the OAS Assembly to establish a charter to be able to face new democratic threats. So we had suffered so much during the 20th century, especially during the 70s. And then many of our constitutions were threatened. Issues were not resolved even after inter-American meetings. Then we saw how the state, we realized how democratically elected governments many times were the cause of the aggression, the cause of anti-democratic threats, ironically. So then the charter was signed on September 11, 2001, before many, in the presence of many vice ministers of foreign affairs from the region. The dramatic tragedy of the United States occurred, and we realized suddenly with the impact of this horrible tragedy that we could not lose sight of our democracy, that we had to bolster it. We were all sure that the crisis of democracy in my country was a threat to the democracy of the entire world. So we signed our commitment to representative government. We established measures to be able to help states when they face risks to government processes and set in place procedures that could lead to sanctions if the democratic order was seriously broken down. So As a result, many crises have threatened our democracy since the signing of the charter. The Venezuelan crisis and the lack of acceptance by former President Chavez of the charter. So we learned of a case where a state, we have two more cases where the constitutional order was altered, and we had to use we had to resort to the charters, to Article 20, and enforce that. So many times these instruments have been used for good. So the OAS is committed to the Democratic Charter by establishing legal reports, by being able to make decisions for upholding human rights.
La Corte Interamericana de Derechos Humanos en su jurisprudencia.
American court in its case law has said that defense of human rights and democracy cannot be separated from each other. The inter-American system has been defended by different regional instances, have adopted similar provisions with regard to attacks on the democratic order. And there's a long shared history of our governments and our peoples. And there's no doubt about our common willingness to defend democracy and our conviction to protect constitutional order in our countries. But in some of these, we need this joint effort. We cannot be complacent and lower the guard. It's a concern when we adopted the Inter-American Democratic Charter. We all realized we had to consolidate this effort, and we realized that only through cooperation in the framework of the OAS could we must do to preserve what was so hard to achieve with regard to vote, with regard to human rights, and to create a true democracy. 20 years have gone by, and there still are cases of rupture. The commitment of Lima should serve as a guideline now. And the Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda, who spoke just and has said too that there is an issue of economic and social rights. There's an issue of the fight against poverty and inequality throughout the hemisphere, and without doubt harms democracy and helps organized crime. All of these elements should be taken into account by everyone to defend us better and better in defending democracy. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you very much, Secretary General. Let us now listen next to the remarks of a special guest to this Permanent Council meeting, Ambassador Manuel Rodriguez Cuadros, who played an important role in the initiative of the Charter and has become, in what became the Inter-American Democratic Charter, and it was also sponsored by many other countries. Ambassador Rodrigo Cuadros at one point was the permanent representative of Peru before the OAS and the Minister of Foreign Relations. And today, I believe today, he has become the permanent representative of Peru to the United Nations. And he will soon be publishing a book where he analyzes and portrays how this important document that we are celebrating the 20th anniversary of and how it came about. So we now would like to give the floor to His Excellency Ambassador Manuel Rodriguez Cuadros. Thank you very much, Chairman. The historian of the Jorge Basadre of Peru, he's a historian, Peruvian historian, he said that in history, beyond objective process that one deals with every day, there's an influence of contingency and randomness, and this has made that Luis Almagro to be the Secretary General and and everyone to come together to celebrate the 20th anniversary of the Inter-American Democratic Charter, making it coincide. This is the coincidence that 2 days ago, internationally, we celebrated the Day of Democracy, and secondly, it coincides with your chairmanship. Peru, Chair, presented in Quebec first a paragraph so that the heads of state would give a mandate to the foreign ministers to create an Inter-American Democratic Charter in the OAS. In May 1st of 2001, I introduced the draft resolution called Inter-American Democratic Charter. I would just briefly at this time like to bear witness, personal witness, that is, of the years now that all the years went by and how legitimate this all is, and to provide context as well to the content and application of the Inter-American Democratic Charter. When I wrote this original text of the Charter, there were 4 influences that enabled me to explain the scope and nature of the obligations and commitments and proposals of action that are contained in the Charter. The first source or influence was the evolution of Peruvian history. On April 5th of 1992, there was a coup in Peru. It wasn't a traditional type of coup d'etat, but it did away with a traditional institutional framework. And then because of several circumstances, the legitimacy of power and democratic institutional framework was questioned afterwards. And with a vision and the commitment to make sure that these situations don't happen in other countries, we thought deeply about the appropriateness of having a new instrument in the OAS, which we called Inter-American Democratic Charter. The second source was from the Inter-American Committee on Human Rights of the UN in 2000, at the end of the year 2000, through approval of Resolution 46 2000, and 47 2000, both in 2000. For the first time, it used the expression right to democracy. That was the first time this expression was used, and the first time in the history of the UN. It established the essential components of democracy. The third element, the third source or influence that I mentioned, led to the idea of the Inter-American Democratic Charter was the motion to dealing with democracy in the OAS. Since 1948 to 1991, democracy had been dealt with as a political identity-related factor in the context of East-West confrontation, but not as a matter of each society that in 1991, with a commitment of Santiago to democracy and modernization of the inter-American system and the application of Resolution 1080, the OAS left this concept of thinking of defense of democracy as external threats, and then began to think of it of defending against the threats that come about in domestic politics and that are so complex in our democracies, in our countries. And lastly, the last element that inspired the Inter-American Democratic Charter was the development worldwide, because after the Cold War ended, the human rights values and the value of democracy become part of a political process of globalization, which, based on democratization in Latin America, democratization in Eastern Europe, begins to become an emerging system of collective defense of democracy. I would like to refer briefly to the Gordian knots of negotiation, and then culminate in identifying what are the essential elements of the charter. The Gordian knots of the negotiation were, firstly, in the Article 1 of the draft that we put forward, it said that democracy was a human right that could be demanded by the inhabitants of the Americas. And this wording and developing or hashing out the theory and human rights law, perhaps too advanced, and it led to a heated discussion to reconcile these differences. We came up with a substantive solution in human rights doctrine. It establishes for the first time in an international instrument worldwide that democracy is a right of peoples, the peoples of the Americas. It's the first. But Article 1 not only establishes the right to democracy, which is the right to have rights, the right to democracy, the right of the inhabitants of our countries to carry out their everyday life and realize themselves individually and collectively in a structure of the state under the rule of law and a political system that's based on free and periodic elections and respect for human rights and respect for freedom of expression, etc. But additionally, the Charter establishes an individual obligation of states, and it says that it is the obligation of each state to preserve and defend democracy. And this is a very important matter because I believe that we've had a sort of a tendency to view in the Charter a collective obligation, because it says, though, that in the cases of disruptions or rupture of the order, democratic order, it's the job of each individual state to defend and promote democracy. And this is what I'm getting at. This is an avenue that's open to actions of utmost importance for the preservation of the second Gordian knot, was representative democracy versus participatory democracy. And there was a proposal and this was about President Chavez in Venezuela. This was overcome or solved together with political theory in that public law. Participatory democracy is not a government system in and of itself, but it should be a quality of democracy, a characteristic of it. And so the expression of the people's sovereignty has to do with the participation of citizens and in a quality democracy. And therefore, the Charter recognizes the right to participation within representative democracy. And this is it's a synopsis that is very important for what can come in the future. What was to come in the future. The third element, and the Caribbean was fundamental, was related to the interaction of democracy with integral development and the fight against poverty. And now, if there's no social fabric that doesn't create social cohesion, democracy will be of exclusive nature. And the countries of the Caribbean did contribute a lot to the third chapter. And so the fourth element of great discussion and heavy negotiation were the mechanisms, and not the mechanism of suspension in the case of a rupture of democratic order, because in the 80s we had discussed this, but rather the two mechanisms that are mentioned in the Charter. First, suspension in the case of a disruption, which should be understood as the response to the April 5th situation, and the new mechanism of prevention, where the state itself, when it perceives and assesses in its own domestic situation and the interactions of the social and political forces in the country, when there's a situation that can lead to a disruption of the rule of law and democracy, it is the state itself that is legitimate to activate the mechanisms of prevention and normalization of democratic life. This point led to very heated discussion about the punishments in the Secretary General. The contribution of the Charter is that it strengthens the power of the Secretary General and the initiative that he or she may have in applying mechanisms, and particularly in promoting the democratic way. And there is an obligation, therefore, to pursue to suspension if the collective assessment is by the ministers in the General Assembly or the Council, Permanent Council, if it is determined by either of these bodies, the legal nature and the legal scope of obligations, the obligation and responsibility that leads to this mechanism. And this brings us to the last element, which was difficult in the negotiations, which was the legal nature of the charter itself. For different positions that came up and different perceptions. In the end, we came to an agreement with the participation of Foreign Minister Operti. I had to go to Montevideo to meet with him, and I had a long day of deep thought with him and discussion, and it was decided that in the provisions of the charter, it says that the different articles were designed and are coordinated as part of the progressive development of international law, and in this way that has an interpretative nature of the different provisions of the charter. What the Inter-American Charter does, Democratic Charter does, is that it's not fully a political instrument or fully a legal instrument. There are articles that are of a political nature, and there's other ones, legal ones that are binding, like those that have to do with a suspension in case of a disruption or a rupture of democratic order. These are of a binding legal nature. The charter has been applied in more than 10 times, as was just mentioned by Luis Almagro. I believe the result is quite impressive. The negotiators of the charter, when it comes to the facts, events that could affect democracy, this has come about because cases of rupture have come about with regard to Article 19 in 2020, but also there's been cases that have arisen with regard in the states themselves. The states themselves have activated the mechanism in a responsible fashion to avoid critical political crisis so that they don't disrupt political order. And lastly, it is not a supranational. The OAS is it's a governmental organization, and the member states are who decide the application of the charter and the application and the scope thereof. I believe in this world at this time in Latin America, we have a delicate, a sensitive situation with regard to the situation of democracy. There's authoritarian tendencies or trends, temptation to particularly impact freedom of expression and association, and difficulties with inequality and such much poverty side by side with a small amount of wealthy people has placed us in a situation where there's a debate between the capacity of the peoples and governments to strengthen themselves and undermining or eroding a social compact that can become weaker in the pandemic and undermine democratic institutions. The future. I view the future along two lines. The first line is that of reinforcing the capacity of the OAS to act when there are ruptures of the democratic and also with regard to prevention. And secondly, we must recognize that the Charter has a lot of provisions that make it much more than a sanctioning instrument in reestablishing the status quo in the democratic structure. It's an instrument that enables the creation of democratic life. And Article 5 and Article 6 refer to participation of the political parties in their structures and civil society. And I believe the task of the OAS in these years to come now is essentially to contribute to democratic life in Latin America and in the Americas in general. It comes about in terms of the standards that are involved, that are the standards set in the Charter. I thank the foreign ministers that have spoken before me, and I'd like to thank Gaston Brown, the Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda for his generous mention of myself, and also thank him and the Caribbean through him for the major contribution it's made in creating this charter. And I want to thank Canada, Argentina, Costa Rica, and the United States who co-sponsor the draft, and were decisive in the negotiations. I want to thank each and every member of the OAS who undertook to complete the negotiation. It was a negotiation that began with one country, and it spread to become a project of 5 countries who co-sponsored it, and it became a commitment, a conviction, and a shared effort of all the member states of the OAS, and therefore the charter doesn't belong to one country or a group of countries, but rather to all the countries. And the Secretary General has become the expression of a collective will, and I renew its full currency right now. The charter establishes the right to have rights. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ambassador Rodriguez Cuadros. I think we've all had the privilege of attending a Permanent Council meeting that was historic because the extraordinary quality of the remarks made, the speeches. We really appreciate the participation of Peru's permanent representative to the UN. We have until 1 o'clock for this meeting. So this is the time that the distinguished permanent representatives are able to take the floor, and the chair is more than delighted to open the floor to them. The first one to ask for the floor is our distinguished friend, Boshid Edmond, permanent representative of the Republic of Haiti. Go ahead.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, Your Excellencies, Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda, Honorable Gaston Brown, Chair of CARICOM, Director General, and Deputy Assistant Deputy General, dear colleagues and friends. I would like to congratulate you, Mr. Chair, for convening this extraordinary session of the Permanent Council to commemorate the 20th anniversary of the Inter-American Democratic Charter. I also am very impressed by the quality of the statements presented now, and commend the Permanent Council for the extraordinary job it does. The Haitian delegation is happy to participate at the 20th anniversary of the Inter-American Democratic Charter commemoration because the charter was adopted unanimously by the member states, is undoubtedly important for enshrining democracy in our region throughout by organizing democracy throughout our government systems. Representative democracy is indispensable to foster political stability and throughout the region. The political system that ensures respect of human rights and supremacy of rights. We must respect, therefore, our commitment to maintain and uphold and reinforce the democratic system of our countries to benefit the entire hemisphere. Reinforcing or upholding democratic institutions by the by our organization is a responsibility for all. We thus commend all of the efforts done by the OAS in order to be able to maintain peace that protects cultural diversity, political pluralism, respect, and rights of minorities. Mr. Chair, my country agrees that democracy is of utmost importance, and I'll tell you why we uphold wholeheartedly our democratic constitution, which has contributed to a tangible future of our country. Thus, in light of signing the Democratic Charter, the government of the Republic of Haiti has converged the economic, intellectual, and political and associative stakeholders to a national and inclusive constitution. We have drafted a new constitution to uphold a system based on good governance and democratic elections that are free and transparent, and thus have adopted a new trade policies that will respect sociocultural economics, and that is inspired on the framework of the OAS Charter. The government of the Republic of Haiti hereby commends the efforts to gather all national stakeholders around the table and negotiate continuously in order to ensure good governance that is able to build the nation. Mr. Chair, the government of Haiti hereby responds to the needs of the population, especially women and the most vulnerable, the disabled, children, the elderly, victims of natural disasters, of recent natural disasters, and others. At the same time, the government has reinforced its legal capacities in order to be able to provide legal justice. And it is essential, however, that justice be accessible to all. So I take advantage of this session of the Permanent Council to be able to salute the President of the Republic, Madame Juiz, Mr. Juiz, the best of luck. And we pray that the population is enlightened, and that actions be aimed towards justice. Mr. Chair, Haiti is an example of liberty and freedom. It prays for liberty and freedom for all throughout the world, and that for more than 2 centuries are individuals who are of all ancestries, indigenous, African, and we join all countries in continuing to uphold democracy despite the many difficulties that we have faced. And we continue to uphold the Charter nonetheless. So given the current scenario, now that we commemorate the 20th anniversary of the Inter-American Democratic Charter, I dream of a similar situation for our country. So this calls for us to become more resourceful, to be able to focus on challenges and threats that threaten our country, and provide greater access to quality education at the service, better health care, and to benefit and to benefit our economy. So we need to reinforce the role of women, especially their role in politics, economy, and reduce poverty and social inequality. Also, in order to uphold democracy and the Sustainable Development Goals. So, lastly, we'd like to reinforce that it is necessary to reinforce democracy and the state of law throughout the country as an urgent need, especially within the context of the pandemic. And indeed, the health crisis has shown the precarious nature of this crisis, of the need to resolve it, especially now that we commemorate the Democratic Charter. And we need to redouble our efforts in order to stress democracy in all of the countries of the region and maintain the separation of powers to provide checks and balances among government authorities and highlight this as an urgent need. The Americas needs democracy. It is their right. It is the government's obligation to promote it and to make sure that it's implemented and defended. But the democracy in our region has to make us proud, and we have to provide instruments for that purpose. So that's why we are proud of our Inter-American Democratic Charter, and I thank you so much for your attention.
Muchas gracias, embajador Boschit Edmond, por su intervención.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ambassador, for your remarks. So, permanent representatives, please. We have logistic support until 1 p.m., and I already have asking for the floor 17 of you who would want to take the floor. So we must give an opportunity to everyone. So I call on you to make the greatest effort to keep to the time. The permanent representative of the Dominican Republic, Ambassador Fiallo, you are recognized now. Thank you very much, Chair. The Dominican representation would like to express its appreciation for all the officials who have joined us here for commemorating the 20th anniversary of the Democratic Charter. This Inter-American Democratic Charter and the Charter of the OAS, without doubt, are two fundamental instruments that are pillars of our organization, where we come together to commemorate the 20th anniversary of the signing in Lima. And on the guidelines of the different political and social actors and countries should follow to lay out democratic governance and to have political, social, and economic development with social inclusion and stronger institutions. To achieve these purposes, it's indispensable to continue to strengthen participation of the different actors of civil society and private sector, young people, workers, and vulnerable communities like Afro-descendants and indigenous people. Strengthening democracy is an ongoing process and a commitment of all member states of our organization. In this regard, the Democratic Charter lays out as elements of representative democracy: respect for human rights, fundamental freedoms, access to power, and rule of law, holding periodic free and fair elections, and a plural regime of political parties and separation of powers and independent judiciary. The Dominican Republic considers as an important matter is strengthening the mechanisms of prevention and alert for the collective protection of democracy in our countries, as well as the need to have efficient information mechanisms to protect democracies, particularly to establish mechanisms that complement the Inter-American Democratic Charter and enhance the ability of the OAS to protect democracy. It's important for the rapporteurships must, in a standardized way, follow up on all these issues. And with regard to democracy and holding elections, the Dominican Republic, even though with many challenges of different types, has conducted democratic elections for over 40 years, and now it's a stable democracy in a climate of peace and social coexistence in an inclusive period of social and economic development. When humanity has been affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, we're trying to be fair. We have to recognize that even though there will always be challenges, the political class and the different social and economic actors of civil society of our countries have acted over the years with more and more maturity in trying to strengthen our institutions and the independence of the branches of government. And so we should provide support to this organization and include the electoral observation missions who have been observing for more than a half a century all of our elections. And together with this, the OAS has technically supported us and has offered recommendations to strengthen our electoral system, for example, with regard to our laws, the way we organize them, and the use of technology and political participation of women, financing, campaign finances, and electoral justice as well. Nonetheless, to be more effective under the content of the Charter and to achieve a rule of law with full respect for human rights at the highest dimension, not only should we hold elections, but we have to have a lot of other things which are related to each other. Chair and esteemed colleagues, we are aware that all of us who are meeting here are committed to the principles and values of our organization, most principally the rule of law, strengthening of our democracies, respect for human rights, independence of the different branches of government, access to education, reduction of poverty and eradication of extreme poverty, and elimination of all forms of expression, freedom of expression, fight against corruption, transparency in all public affairs, just to mention some. In this regard, we must continue to strengthen the mechanisms of cooperation established by our organization in the quest for peace and the well-being of all the peoples of the Americas. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Permanent Representative of the Dominican Republic. We give the floor now to the distinguished Permanent Representative of Mexico, Ambassador Luz Elena Baños. You have the floor, Madam Ambassador. Thank you very much. Chair, my delegation greets all the personalities who have taken part in this Permanent Council meeting. Particularly, we'd like to greet the 2 women of the 12 speakers. We're very happy to have the Vice President of Colombia, and we welcome the other woman who was on the panel. This Permanent Council, after several activities to adopt, after 2 decades, the Inter-American Democratic Charter, an invaluable instrument that the states of the organization, since the Charter of the OAS, we established as a way to consolidate our democracies under a common vision that recognizes the link between democracies and respect for human rights, integral development, and combating poverty. Likewise, we establish mechanisms so that the respect for sovereignty in the Permanent Council, the Secretary General, can assist states that request support for strengthening and preserving their institutional democratic framework, and so that in this way, if it's deemed appropriate, the states may request the OAS assistance and advice to strengthen their institutions and electoral processes, including sending electoral observation missions to the country. This purpose comes from the sovereign will of the states. And now, 20 years after the signing, Mexico signed it as an important part of the work of the organization. Now, as then, Mexico recognized that these mechanisms and principles should be used constructively without at any time intending to substitute any other competent authorities of the member states, because nor should we to violate the sovereignty of the states would be a violation of the charter itself and the OAS charter. And so it's worthwhile to point out that the OAS is an organization that is made up of sovereign states and that express their will through agreements that it agrees within it in any body of the organization that is empowered by the members to be able to conduct acts in this regard. 20 years after the signing of the Inter-American Democratic Charter, the way the General Secretariat interprets it for some states compels us to think about this conduct as well as the challenges of democratic processes. Some of them have been catalyzed by the health crisis and the devastating consequences thereof. So we must bring forward the issue of the letter of the Democratic Charter, but the spirit must be discussed further. The organization should not be an instrument that, as a dictatorial institution, but it should be an instrument for governments to improve and enhance democracy, because the OAS doesn't have power to do otherwise anything else than but what it is able to do. That it should use effective diplomatic channels, the OAS, and so we've seen that Secretary General provide information to governments, and this is a mechanism that can be in the short term very useful, but it has been a failure in trying to solve political crises. And we've seen a lot of meddling as a result of this. Anyone who dares to speak about interference in internal affairs will be dealt with appropriately by the member states themselves. And many coordinated stakeholders will be involved. These campaigns have showed that this is useless because they have not been effective, or they've done very little, and they have just made political confrontations been worse in each country among and between member states, which forces us to think about how this organization works. And if the OAS is an organization that operates democratically in itself, the Inter-American Democratic Charter should begin by applying to the organization itself. Mexico is convinced that the electoral observation missions are important to build the capacity of states when technical criteria need to be kept to and under the precepts of the Inter-American Democratic Charter. Mexico appreciates these missions if provided that they fulfill the precepts of the organization, and so therefore it does and continues to exercise its power in elections. The elections in 2019 in Bolivia was an example. The Democratic Charter is used as a political instrument, and we appreciate the purpose as it was created, a process in which Mexico took part actively and naturally, and with a political plurality is inherent to democratic life. There's nothing better than doing things in this way from this inclusive perspective without any intolerance. Chairman, the construction and strengthening of democracy in the hemisphere is a constant process. And among all member states, we should all be committed to this. And the OAS is called upon, as we have established in the binding instrument, which is its charter, to not intervene. If we want to do so in another way, it's time to update the Inter-American Democratic Charter and the charter of the OAS. Democracy is the form that our governments have, and this is what the OAS should use too. Democracy to govern it. And we should not just stop at electoral processes, but also there should be respect for human dignity and the lives of the persons. And this is we have seen during the health crisis. Mexico reiterates its staunch commitment to the principles of the Inter-American Democratic Charter and calls on the member states of the OAS to continue to work to fulfill the objectives thereof, and therefore it supports the objective from the September 11th of 2001. It supports the resolution that starts by saying that considers that the charter recognizes that representative democracy is indispensable for stability, peace, and development of the region, and that one of the purposes of the OAS is to promote and consolidate representative democracy within the respect for the principle of non-intervention. Mexico believes and works tirelessly in multilateralism for sustainable peace and development, politically conceived as established by the 2030 Agenda, and does not believe in multilateralism as a form of acting to intervene in domestic matters of a country and justifying it by saying it's to defend democracy.
Thank you, Permanent Representative of Mexico. And yesterday, Mexico celebrated one other year of its independence. Trinidad and Tobago is indicating that given the limited time, Trinidad and Tobago will be sending their comments. They will send in their comments. So now, the permanent representative of the Bahamas, Mr. Sidney Collins, has the floor.
I'll do my best to summarize what I have prepared. The Bahamas expresses appreciation to all of the delegations, the distinguished delegations and presenters, as well as all of the member states, the Secretary General and Assistant Secretary General. September 11, 2001 is a date eternally ingrained in our minds for somber reasons. It is also a date in which we should have pride in the countries of our hemisphere for their unabashed affirmation of a commitment to democracy, and pride in this organization for its continued role in strengthening democracy and establishing international norms. The Inter-American Democratic Charter is an instrument whose central goal is the strengthening and upholding of democratic institutions in our region. There is no comparable mechanism in any other international organizations that I'm aware of. As we know, one of this august organization's core competencies is the tool of electoral observation missions. As stated in the Democratic Charter, these missions provide advisory services for strengthening and developing member states, electoral institutions, and processes. General elections in my own countries were held just yesterday, and for the third time, an electoral observation mission from the OAS was present to observe. My delegation expresses gratitude to the mission members and to those member states and observer states that so generously contributed. We look forward to receiving the report emanating from the Electoral Observation Mission in due course. From all accounts, the general elections yesterday was peaceful, democratic, and uneventful. Recent history has shown how the democratic charter can be used to support those member states in need of assistance. Though imperfect, the democratic charter is the most comprehensive instrument we have for the preservation of democracy in our hemisphere. Chair, as we commemorate this 20th anniversary of the Inter-American Democratic Charter, we do so while in the throes of COVID-19 pandemic, which has presented a plethora of unique challenges for our institutions. Perhaps now more than ever, it is of the utmost importance that the values enshrined in the Democratic Charter be upheld. Our responses to the pandemic will undoubtedly impact the future of democracy in our region. The Inter-American Democratic Charter is the first document of its kind that plainly defines the elements of democracy and establishes a phased approach for its defense. It is imperative that we utilize the Democratic Charter effectively to strengthen the democratic systems of our hemisphere and uphold the culture and democracy of our region. Thank you, Chair.
Muy agradecido, señor representante.
Thank you so much to the permanent representatives. And we do congratulate Bahamas for the elections that were held yesterday. Thank you. We'll give the floor now to the permanent representative of Argentina, Dr. Carlos Raimun. Thank you so much. And I'd like to greet all of the authorities. First, we want to reaffirm our commitment with the principles that are inspired through the Charter. The transformation of the state where that was at the service of terror and truly make it a safeguard for rights and the state of law was truly something that as important as to prevent death. Imagine where the scope of democracy lies. So I just want to briefly provide a summary of some articles of articles from the Charter, beginning with the first part of the preamble that states that consolidating representative democracy within the respect of the principles of non-intervention. I'm going to refer to that before concluding. I'm not going to repeat the concepts that have been said because they interpret all of the states with regards of the higher powers that are at the helm of the Charter. So I'm going to perhaps speak a bit out of line, we can say, because as Ambassador Rodrigo said, the first intention was to describe democracy within its role of human rights. So here, we have to speak about what is democracy, however, because voting in transparent elections is an irrenounceable principle that Argentina just provided an excellent example in the past few hours this week. But democracy means eating your next meal, attending school, living in a family where the family members have jobs. Without work or food, it's very hard to go and vote in transparent elections. Now, for that reason, it was surprising to hear the ambassador say that, I didn't know this, that the category of international documents that is partially binding with regards to the convincing aspect, but not binding socially and economically speaking in a very human aspect. I'm going to look at that, but I think they're intrinsic. That's all been said with regards to what that thought entails. Now, let me speak a bit about the articles because I don't want to expound on this article, but Article 5 speaks about the high costs of electoral campaigns. We believe that this has to be broader because given the needs that our communities are facing, we need to look at that aspect. And it's important to take a look at the total costs of electoral campaigns in all of the member states of this organization, just to see to what extent each of the states meets with the principle of austerity for their campaigns. But we believe that that's not the main issue, because when you compare the volume of public resources, the volume of resources used in politics with the amount of resources that the larger corporations of the weapons industry or the sale of drugs, toxic substances that contaminate the environment, and they are affecting us noxiously. So there's no doubt that we can limit. We cannot limit the funds used in politics if politics cannot be able to free itself from the pressure it faces from lobbyists, from larger corporations. So Article 7 and 11, we still have not been able to carry out. It speaks about the indivisibility between electoral rights and economic and social rights, between representative democracy and development. Why? Because representative democracy has been fulfilled, but we cannot prove that we have met development. That no one should misinterpret the fact that electoral transparency is unnegotiable. But beyond that, we haven't gone beyond that. We haven't obtained essential social and economic rights. We are still yet to meet these articles, especially with regards to poverty reduction. And it goes like this. Democracy does not fulfill specific does not fulfill its role if it's not able to meet social inclusion policies that do not force us to be able to deal with structural issues, with to become indebted with. So the charter perhaps didn't foresee the role that would be carried out in developing collective consciousness of our populations. At the waiting rooms, at the dentist's office, at restaurants, or the impact of social media. So I'm not against that. I'm not saying that we can't do that, but I'm saying that it's of utmost need to provide our communities with the right intellectual skills so that the people, youngsters, women, can have the right know-how to be able to understand messages, to convey their messages, to develop a collective consciousness that's more educated, or has more of a know-how. Article 26 and 28 in the OAS should be aimed in that direction to prepare our societies to be able to know and detect and stop and to be appropriate ourselves of our rights. And if we want to have a modern vision within our democracy, we cannot be able to see it as just an absence of classic dictatorship. We have to be able to because despite pertinent elections, we can't avoid economic constraints. We can't been able to avoid the concentration of media and manipulation of legal sectors and popular leaders that have also prevented the full exercise of democracy. So countries that have an electoral system that haven't been objectified. Now, beyond our resources, well, we haven't reduced poverty. We haven't reduced the number of individuals that we haven't stopped immigration. So, or people that are emigrating. So people are poor because they voted for poverty? No, people don't vote for poverty because within a political will and the will of the people, there's so many threats that are conducted by true power that it goes beyond popular will. So we're dealing with these insidious problems, and we're dealing at that, and they're experts. We have to truly act against this, against these snares, we can say. I think we lost contact. We lost contact with the representative of Argentina. Ambassador Raimundo, can you hear us? Do you think you could again ask for the floor? Would you mind?
Your mic. Mute your mic on the WhatsApp, please. While we're restoring the connection from the permanent representative of the Republic of Argentina, let's save time and give the interim representative of Paraguay the floor right now. You have the floor. Chair, 20 years after the approval of the Inter-American Democratic Charter, it continues to be one of the most important instruments for conciliation of democracy in the Americas. 34 nations, we heeded the call of the claim for democracy in our hemisphere, accepting the parameters that about what we understood as the essential elements of democracy, and also to decide on what procedures, when there's interruptions or disruptions in democracy. We decided to strengthen our legal basis and political understandings to protect our citizens, and without imposing anything, and therefore without any moral political force. We came up with a document that creates better democratic culture among the member states. We have to recognize this fine work, and even though it was not only about elections, but also included economic development. It also attempted to define a political agenda with different nuances and to defend the collective population, the population as a whole. It includes civil society and citizens in public life. It advocates for all of this. Also, it advocates for reducing poverty and organizations that ensure transparency, among other things. This means that our countries have not been, doesn't mean that we've been exempt of conflict over time, but in no way could we say that we're at the best time when it comes to freedoms. But this forces us to resort to the instruments that have been created to try to protect the democracy that we need and we should promote. Let us remember, therefore, the Article 1 that says the peoples of the Americas have the right to democracy and their governments, the responsibility to promote and defend it. This is the intent that propels Paraguay to celebrate this Inter-American Democratic Charter, which brings us to the importance of holding up human rights and the separation of public powers as well. Since its adoption on September 11th, 2001, the Charter has given rise to other instruments within the OAS system, and including methods to try to deal with crisis. And at other points in time, instruments have dealt with democratic rapture. Paraguay reaffirms its commitment to the Inter-American system based on the protection of human rights and democracy as a prerequisite for peace and development in the region. We exhort all countries 20 years after the approval of the Inter-American Democratic Charter to reaffirm its currency and relevance as a result of our efforts to have a constructive understanding throughout the country, to be more earnest and respect this charter and these principles. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, Representative and Acting Representative of Paraguay. The permanent representative of the Republic of Argentina is connected to conclude with his remarks. Ambassador Raimundi. Go ahead, Ambassador. Thank you very much. It's not the first or second time that this has happened, of course. So what I would say is if we could avoid these coincidences the next time. But I'm going to wrap up right now. As I was saying, power. People never vote to become poor, but it is. The people are poorer. And so what is, with many resources, the actual de facto powers make make the decisions of the government to actually work against the people. We have high standards and very friendly and valuable and necessary ways with regard to climate change, human rights. But if these standards don't go hand in hand with financing to pull our societies out of poverty and indebtedness, and our institutions as well, these issues will become an excuse to externally monitor compliance with those standards over our sovereignty and to justify interventions. And one last reference, Chair. In our organization, there are states whose parliaments, even though just part, are actually appointed by the head of government. Imagine what the press would say in my country if our president would try to appoint part of the legislature. This is anti-democratic. I can say there are states that have lifetime senators, and they are democratic states. There are states where presidents have had millions of votes less than their rival, and they become president, but nobody can object. Why? Because each state decides its own system of representative democracy based on its tradition, its laws, its cultural history, its own historic sovereign social and political construction. But it has to be, each country is sovereign with regard to its electoral system of all of its system, of how it appoints its electoral authorities and its electoral schedule. That's what I was talking about when the first preambular clause of the charter mentions that representative democracy is part of the general framework of the principle of non-intervention. The continent has made a lot of progress if we compare it to the dictatorships that existed in the past, and we have to be committed to do better. But it's not enough to say that we are fully democratic. While there's one little girl or little boy who doesn't have enough to eat, or doesn't have to go to school, or dignified work for her family, there's not full democracy. That the charter we commemorate today, the 20th anniversary, is a beginning, but it doesn't ensure democracy in and of itself. That democracy that we are fully committed to. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your remarks, Permanent Representative of the Republic of Argentina. Now I give the floor to the Permanent Representative of Bolivia, Ambassador Héctor Arce. Go ahead. Good afternoon, Chair of the Permanent Council of the Organization of American States, distinguished invited guests who have honored us today with their presence, representatives of the member states of the organization. First, I'd like to greet each and every one of you and everyone who's listening to us through the social networks that allows us to open the windows to citizens of the region. I hope that by promoting a more horizontal and extensive and multicultural dialogue and recognizing the entities and realities that make up our America. Today we're remembering the 20 years since the signing of the Inter-American Democratic Charter. So more than celebrate, as a delegation chair, I think what is warranted is deep thought about what democracy in the region contributes, but particularly its effective application in reality on the ground, and the way in which it has been used, or perhaps has not been used over the course of these 20 years of the existence of this instrument. The Charter was adopted in the General Assembly of the Organization of American States in Lima in 2001. It's a valuable document that it could be used as an important diplomatic tool to build and to actually and effectively defend democracy. The Charter, conceptually speaking, is a fine document, very well-intentioned to promote and strengthen democracies in the region. It establishes the essential elements of the representative democracy, including respect for human rights and fundamental liberties. The Charter underscores citizen participation, and what's more important, conceptually, it talks about the means and procedures to defend democracies in the region. However, often this type of instrument, just as the provisions that are created to try to strengthen rights, are good or bad depending on who they are in the hands of. They're sort of, it's like a scalpel in the hands of a fine surgeon, that's fine, but in the hands of a bad surgeon, it could be a disaster. So, therefore, an analysis of the Charter should be about how it's operated, how its performance over the 20 years. And so the Charter has been fundamental for the defense of democracy in many instances. We have to admit it, and we appreciate it. However, it's also true that this instrument has been used as a sort of Damocles as an excuse to threaten and use. It's soft on some countries and it's tough, harsh on others. Representatives and Chair, I'd like to talk directly to the invited guests who have honored us today. Allow me to exemplify how the Inter-American Democratic Charter did not work. It simply did not exist. Didn't seem to exist in particular cases. I know from what I'm speaking of, in November of 2019, in Bolivia, the most bloodiest disruption of the democratic order took place. It was something that the government, it was impossible for this to happen 40 years ago. The armed forces rose up in an insurrection against the legally constituted government. And if you were not, and then someone who was not constitutionally supposed to took power. This government, the de facto government that came into power to stay in power, made the military forces exempt from responsibility and allowed it to conduct massacres on the 15th and 19th of November of that same year, 2019. The question I pose is, why wasn't that charter applied on that occasion? Why wasn't there an attempt to at least to try to restore the institutional framework in the country at that time? But why did nobody invoke the Inter-American Democratic in the face of a coup? Why did the organization stay silent when millions of Bolivians were being prosecuted, persecuted, and were exiled in embassies, and such as in I had a case of family members that, thanks to Mexico, this great nation, I'm here and with you because I had to take a refuge in their embassy. The answer to the question is sad and direct. It's just that the organization, the General Secretariat of was not interested in restoring democracy in Bolivia, and to support the de facto, they took pictures with him and legitimated it to commit to continue committing human rights violations, despite the report of the Inter-American Commission of Human Rights. That is the interdisciplinary group of independent experts report. Chair, representatives, it is not the intent of the representation of Bolivia to put a damper on this celebration at all. But for those of us who still have open wounds because of the disruption of democracy, the charter and the organization should have defended. This is a day of pain and reflection about what's happened with regards to the principles of the organization. Perhaps the oldest organization of its type in the world. This is the time, I would say, Chair, and distinguished invited guests and colleagues, to think deeply about what is the role of the organization in effectively defending democracy in the region, as has been mentioned by those who spoke before me, that we are committed to. Our greetings once again, Chair, and congratulations for the initiative of your chairmanship, and we thank you for listening to us. Thank you very much. Gladly, permanent representative of the plurinational state of Bolivia. We have 9 more speakers to conclude and we really only have 45 minutes left with regard to the logistic support that we have available to us. If we speak only for 5 minutes maximum each one, I don't want to be rude on this important day for our organization, but I believe we can finish at 2. Otherwise, we're going to have a break and continue later, which is not a good idea for many of you. We give the floor right now to the permanent representative of Honduras at this time, Luis Cordero. You have the floor, Ambassador Cordero. Ambassador, you're on mute and we can't hear you. Now we can, now you can, right? Representatives, chair, authorities of the government here, Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, we're meeting today to celebrate the commemoration of the signing of the 20 years since of the Inter-American Democratic Charter. This is one of the instruments that has been useful to us for the promotion and strengthening. And the sound is faulty and it is uninterpretable. It's coming. The sound is cutting in and out. Could you please refresh? Gladly. Can you hear me now? Yes. Yes, now we do hear you, Ambassador Cordero. Okay, so we'll continue. The interpreter apologizes. The sound continues to cut in and out and is uninterpretable. The Secretariat is letting him know. Speak a little bit more. Let's see. It just came back. Let's see if it continues to be okay. Can you hear me now? No, it's cutting in and out. It's very poor sound, Ambassador. It's not the connection. I apologize for this trouble, these difficulties I'm having. In the meantime, have we found a way? While we find a way for the representative of Honduras is able to connect properly. Perfect. This is fine. Chair, go right ahead. What I was saying is that today we continue to work hard on the Democratic Charter, and we are celebrating its 20th anniversary since its signing. The 6 pillars of the Democratic Charter, such as democracy, the inter-American system, democracy and human rights, democracy and integral development, and combating poverty, strengthening and preservation of democratic institutions, democracies and electoral missions, promotion of democratic culture. After 20 years since the Democratic Charter was signed, we've witnessed events that have harmed democracy and human rights in some countries, which only contributed to the social destabilization and greater poverty and to corruption and creating fragile democracies. And thanks to the application of the Democratic Charter, we've been able to prevent constitutional breakdown and restore democratic order. The challenges of COVID-19 pandemic and the natural disasters or from effects of climate change have opened our eyes in the region that without losing sight of the commitment to safeguard democracy in our countries in the hemisphere. We cannot continue to ignore natural disasters that are caused by the onslaught of climate change. These disasters repeat year after year, and they bring us a lot of pain and poverty. They create hunger, inequality, and despair, and to a certain point, they can jeopardize democracy. We have to work together on prevention. We have to be conscientious in being stewards of our environment and the nature, but this should not just remain as words. We need actions. We have to do it take them together. Honduras reiterates its commitment to promote and uphold the democratic charter, non-interference, the rule of law, respect for human rights, promotion of culture and development, and free, fair elections with the participation of all sectors. For this reason, we are convinced that the OAS is our major political forum in the region where we can focus our efforts on using the mechanisms and instruments that are in place or that emanate from the OAS. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, Permanent Representative of Honduras. Time is running fast. The distinguished permanent representative of the Eastern Republic of Uruguay has the floor. Mr. Ambassador Abdallah. Thank you very much. I think we're connecting. A good day to everyone. I imagine that this was going to be an interesting session. I particularly want to congratulate Carlos for your compatriot Manuel Rodriguez, Ambassador Manuel Rodriguez, in his ideas about the historical sequence of the birth of the Democratic Charter. I'm grateful to Dr. Berti. I take this very much into account right now because the emergence of the Charter, which involved a sort of a legal nature that was ad hoc, because it wasn't actually a treaty on the one hand, it wasn't a decision, it wasn't a multilateral decision exactly, but it had connotations of binding decision. It was a real adventure, so to speak, that even in the parliament of my country at that time, which we of course endorsed enthusiastically, I imagined that this was going to be a day where a special meeting where we're gonna have very great clarity from all of our speakers from the region, but at some points effervescence, so to speak, with regard to key ideas and nuances, etc. Unfortunately, the majority has been like this. It says that the Inter-American Democratic Charter is an instrument whereby democracies are held up and preserved. But the thing is, often it's tough for us to understand that the actions of multilateralism aren't always don't come at sunrise. They come during difficult times often. And as Carol Jasper said, in tough situations is when you see the performance, the ability that a multilateral forum has to be able to aid in preserving or strengthening democracy or restoring it. So I knew we were going to end up discussing different areas of the Charter about what type of democracy do we want to have. Deep down, that's what it is. The subject of debate is in each one of our countries, we have the freedom and the right and the power to bring forward the type of democracy and basic principles and these are issues that go way back since the 1948 OAS Charter. When we're talking about the democratic charter in our different parts of the region, we have blood, we have violence, and we must be concerned because something's going on. And it's appropriate that we should take note of when there is we should gauge electoral processes and legitimize them and validate them.
Mire, efectivamente allí hubo.
And the voice would said there was an election, and since we're voting and there's an election, there's representative government in place, and that's legitimate. So I'm a very simple person when I try to reason, because I was a poli-sci professor for many years, and I've always thought that roads, that votes, that benches and tanks are four variables that you always have to look at. If the roads are full of insurgents, then the country's dealing with problems. If tanks are present, it's because the democracy is facing constraints. If you can't have illegal parties, then democracy isn't in place, and it's facing problems. So perhaps I'm being very forceful here. I'm being mean, but it makes us reflect. It provides activism continuity, and that's very important. Being able to take political sides. So diplomacy has limitations in the actions it can take, but when diplomacy, political diplomacy, multilateral, deals with these problems and does it with conviction, based on principles, with libertarian values and a human perspective in defense of human rights. What we're doing is fulfilling the mandate that is just part of democracy's nature. The fact that we may think that there's always a hidden nemesis somewhere that's trying to deter democracy is wrong. I'm at the point in my life where I'm thinking, well, everyone builds their own destinies. We do this in a collective manner, but each and every one of us are responsible. And if we want to say, as a countryman said, if we want to stay downtrodden without any growth, or go downhill, then we have to just do nothing. So I look at this now that it's a day of reflection, of a day of celebration, where we have to try to be better. If we deal with impact and divergence, and we won't do well. I've always said here that we have to think about this more eloquently. We're alone on this continent. Nobody is waiting for us. There are other continents and other regions that are dealing with other issues and other power bids. But if we look at each other without side glances, without judgments, we'll do well. But if we do not, we won't. That's what I want to say, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much, the representative of Uruguay, Mr. Abdallah, for his comment. We have 8 speakers that are ensuing, 7, pardon me, for distinguished permanent observers. I'm going to now give the floor to the individuals that are waiting for the floor. And I'm going to request that, given our logistics, that you speak a little bit, well, as quickly as possible. Venezuela is next. Thank you. I'm going to begin by greeting and congratulating the authorities for their invaluable comments. I also want to thank the chair of the Permanent Council for the very timely convening us to this meeting. Most of our states were founded as a republic that, in theory, were not democratic. But decades of dictatorships, of an absence of a rule of law, occurred before attaining the commitments of the states of the regions of democracy as the only way of attaining governance. But democracy became, when democracy became an obligation, there is still dictatorships, and we haven't been able to effectively grapple with democracy. As Mr. Guillermo Fernandez from Costa Rica mentioned. Now, the skeptical nature of our organization regarding the role it plays and the hemisphere has to play in defense of the democracy comes into play. I'd like to mention the illustrious words by Ambassador Manuel Rodrigo. Article 2 of the chapter of the OAS Charter commits, among other things, to consolidate democracy, representative democracy, within the respect of non-intervention. Beyond that, in Article 4, or the 4th paragraph of Article 3, it says that that every state has a right to choose without external interference its political, economic, and social system, and organize itself in the best way that is suited to it. And finally, Article 9 establishes as a sanction the suspension of that the organization shall endeavor to undertake additional diplomatic initiatives to contribute to the reestablishment of representative democracy of the affected member state. And in Washington in 1992, the Protocol of Washington responded to the dictatorship that took hold of the region during that period of time. So the governments that have been toppled by force, it undermines democracy, or that were perpetuated by governments that began being democratic and then became authoritarian governments. So the Democratic Charter attempted to resolve the reticence of the Washington Protocol by addressing the limited nature of democracy and by establishing criteria to determine its democratic state or absence thereof. So Articles 19, 20, and 21 establish tools for stating that the organization and members can implement these tools for normalization of their democracies. For some member states, some are sanctioned more than others regarding the impact on its democracy. So now we commemorate the 20th anniversary of the Charter, but we have not looked at those who do not fulfill its mandates, as Colombia mentioned beforehand. But if we look at the 3rd article of the Charter that establishes the close relationship that must exist between democracy, comprehensive development, and fighting poverty, and the interventions of the Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda come into play, and the General Secretary, Luis Amargo. And we want to be very emphatic in approval of our support of the OAS with regards to the pillar and how it defends democracy. We also approve our support for Luis Marco and its tireless work throughout the continent. I also want to mention the principle of non-intervention and upholding the sovereignty of others, and the fact that when human rights are downtrodden, that the OAS has come to play an important role. However, many times we do not do enough, and the international community needs to be able to work. If it cannot uphold these factors, then we will have no instruments to deal with de facto governments. So during this 20th commemoration, we have to make an effort to be able to keep a constant state of surveillance. And we cannot only
So, as the Chilean Chancellor has requested, let us be creative and think about new protections in the defense of government, the government of by the people and for the people. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Tari. Now, the permanent representative of Panama has the floor, Roquefer, and Maria Roqueber. Good morning. Thank you, Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General. The delegation of Panama is grateful for the convening this session and recognizes the participation of everyone and appreciates the efforts. And we, in celebrating the Democratic Charter, it was signed the same day of one of the worst terrorist attacks in our hemisphere. It's very faithful that the states of the Americas, with a backdrop of an abominable, approved by acclamation this instrument about democracy and about respecting representative democracy 20 years later, in the midst of all the challenges we face as a region, and further exacerbated by the pandemic. This is the time to reflect on the status of our democracies, the state of our democracies, and what is the road we must go down over the next 20 years. During this period, we've been able to see that it's not possible to have a perfect democracy. Ours are not, and we just have to work to continue to strengthen them and prevent them to deteriorate. This anniversary is during polarized times, but it serves to remember that since the time of its approval, it was only possible thanks to the policies of our to be able to reach a consensus.
Solicitud de tiempo, reconociendo que quienes me antecedieron en el uso de la palabra ya han señalado.
Mr. Chair, I just want to mention that we have to consider strengthening our democracy. And as a result, let me mention two aspects that are important for Panama. Although the separation of powers and periodic elections and rule of law is essential and indispensable for democracy, access and protection of human rights is also important. When we speak about human rights, civil and political rights, economic and social, cultural, and environmental rights as well, right to healthcare, to education, to non-discrimination are also human rights, and that all rights acknowledged for individuals should also be addressed as democracy. So along these lines, we believe that it's important to mention if women, if half of the population wants to attain parity in all opportunities, it is not only the responsibility of women, but of all individuals who identify as Democrats. Democracy cannot exist without democracy cannot exist without this. So in the last 20 years, we think about digital revolution, information technology, all these new tools that allow us to share opinion and have real-time information. Citizenship now possesses many more options to be able to enforce and be able to provide opinions to the governments. It's their responsibility. It's a responsibility of the member states to hear this and take it into account. So within the framework of this commemoration, after the 200 years of independence from Spain, Panama has closed gaps for their bicentennial celebration, and it has now set the basis with better healthcare, better social inclusion, and attaining parity throughout society. So closing these gaps is a best practice that many democracies have been endeavoring to address. To be able to attain progress and well-being, we have to face the individual's rights and have more social inclusion and walk the talk, as we can say, with all of the speeches that we have mentioned today. So we need to look at democracy with greater citizen participation and build a democracy that will be a current one and alive and help individuals attain their rights. Thank you, Permanent Representative of Panama. Now we will give the floor to the interim representative of Barbados, Christabel Reese. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Prime Minister Gaston Brong, Ministers of Government of OAS member states, Secretary General Almagro, Assistant Secretary General Mendez, permanent representatives, alternate representatives. The government of Barbados joins the rest of the Americas in pledging our commitment to the continued practice of the fundamental tenets of the Inter-American Democratic Charter. The Charter manifests the affirmation of representative democracy as the form of government shared by the peoples of the Americas. The nations of this hemisphere agreed and declared in the 1991 Santiago Commitment that democracy was and should be the form of government of all countries in the region. This charter further represents a collective commitment to maintain and strengthen democracy in the Americas and contains mechanisms to that end. It further reflects the need to confront the myriad challenges that instability in any form may present, which by extension may result in the unsatisfactory performance of some democratic administrations, challenges that have occasioned political crises in the hemisphere's recent history. What is indeed notable for Barbados in our continued practice of the best principles of democracy is the normative framework that outlines a series of joint actions to address crises and to respond to the democratic and constitutional order that the Charter provides. Of particular significance for our government are the Charter's political, diplomatic, and dialogue mechanisms, which aim to prevent the outbreak or escalation of crises. These practices and adherence to the principle of non-intervention have been central to our practice of representative democracy. Barbados has, however, constantly stressed that the second component of the Charter, not always emphasized and highlighted, is as fundamental as the first and must form a more significant part of the conversation and work in this Council of the Americas. The defense of democracy and democratic principles is but the first step to building strong, people-centered, and people-empowered nations. The second section of the Charter specifically identifies democracy with a set of integral values and rights, bringing greater vision and innovation to the base principle as outlined in the initial section of the document. This major part of the Charter actually seeks to enshrine other characteristics that are considered essential elements of representative democracy, including the respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms, the exercise on the basis of the rule of law and popular will, the separation and equality of the branches of government, transparency in government activities, and more freedom of expression of the press. In more recent times, however, the practice of democracy in a new age of information and mass communication must become even more adaptive and innovative, more participatory and driven, and more by greater acknowledgement and respect for individual rights. The incorporation of mechanisms that allow citizens to participate more actively and fully in decisions related to their development, continuous actions to strengthen political parties, as well as the inclusion of civil society, respect for ethnic, racial, and cultural diversity, the importance of gender equality, particularly in political participation, and the critical and causative link between democracy and social or economic development become even more fundamental to the practice of representative democracy. Through these actions, the Charter transcends the notion of electoral democracy and brings it more prominently into the new environment that this era has inspired and fashioned. The notion that democracy is practiced not only in the conferral of authority, but also in its exercise. It is for these reasons that Articles 27 and 28 become that more significant as states seek to incorporate the Charter into government policy and action. Article 27 speaks specifically to programs and actions that promote good governance, sound administration, democratic values, and the strengthening of political institutions and civil society organizations. The elements, however, that the article stresses that must become more central to the work and direction of this organization are given special attention to the development of programs and activities for the education of children and youth. This requested attention is highlighted as a means of ensuring the enshrining and continuance of democratic values, including liberty and social justice. These practices are fundamental to the social and economic progress of a region in which the dialogue is too often political and not enough on the developmental elements that truly serve to strengthen our democracies. Article 28 becomes even more significant in a people-centered world that is more than ever focused on the recognition that human rights, strengthening in turn, reinforces and fortifies democracy in every facet of its practice and enhanced application. The exhortation in this article for the full and equal participation of women in the political structures of their countries as a fundamental element in the promotion and exercise of a democratic culture is a call that is more significant today than it ever has been in the past. On this occasion of the 20th anniversary of the Inter-American Democratic Charter, let us all commit to doing more to strengthen the development structures of this organization. This is the best way to bring the Charter to life and to ensure the continued march of democracy in the hemisphere. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much. We have 9 minutes left. And we have four comments from our permanent members. So for logistics, please just cut your comments a little bit short, 2 minutes each. The distinguished ambassador from France, Debatch, has the floor. Mr. Chair, Mr. President, this 20th anniversary of the Inter-American Democratic Charter coincides this year with the Latin American bicentenary independence of many countries. The independence of a nation can't blossom if democracy is not provided to the people. So the project of Latin American liberators was imbued with ideals from the French Enlightenment and the Revolution, and based on the sovereignty of people, ideals that can be fulfilled only through representative democracy. In France and Europe, as well as the Americas, democracy is a system that hopes to meet the aspirations of the vast majority of citizens and political actors. That makes it possible, rather. Only democracy can provide governments with legitimacy and effectiveness they need in a sustainable and peaceful manner and offer its citizens genuine participation in public affairs. while organizing the exercise of power within the framework of political pluralism and peaceful changes through elections, democracy guarantees the effectiveness of public action thanks to a system of checks and balances that ensures democratic control of governments with an independent parliament and judiciary and public interest in mind. Mr. Chair, our common commitment to democratic values in Europe and in the Americas creates a unique and strong bond that unites us even more than our common history. For that reason, we should denounce any attack on the democratic order. So, as a European and American country, France is concerned with regards to the threats and alterations to the constitutional order, about the barriers to free electoral processes, spreading of false information, and abusive obstacles to citizen right and freedom. In the Americas, the OAS is a key actor in the defense and promotion of democratic values, supported as well by the Inter-American human rights system. The European Union is also committed to supporting these values in the Americas, particularly through its electoral observation missions. Finally, allow me to express my government's trust in the citizens and leaders of American countries as they continue to keep alive the important values of the Inter-American Democratic Charter. And let me assure you that France is committed to fulfilling them and supporting them. Thank you so much to the permanent observer of France. And France definitely has a great trajectory in human rights and democracy. So we're going to now continue with the permanent representative of Spain. Spain would like to also commemorate and congratulate you on the 20th anniversary of the commemoration of the Inter-American Democratic Charter, with few exceptions of reminders of thinking of the Democratic Charter and what it represents. I want to mention the fact that it plays such an important role in enshrining our democratic values, including the fight against poverty and respect for fundamental rights, respect for the rule of law, political pluralism, and periodic and free elections accredited by the observer missions to which Spain contributes both in many manners, economically and in person. So we have shared many common interests, and we were the first permanent observer to the OAS. So we reaffirm the will of the government of Spain to work together so that Spanish and American societies will aspire to development and further progress by placing human rights and sovereignty at the heart of political action, by favoring political dialogue where women must all be equal to men, where eradication of poverty and inequality with special attention to women must be emphasized, as well as strengthening the rule of law, good governance, and democratic values. In addition, I would like to remind you all of a shared past. Spain and the Americas and the Caribbean, and renew the commitment, especially with the global context that COVID has forced us to face. So it is a priority to work together in a solidary fashion and be able to overcome this health crisis. As a result, Spain is donating many vaccines to Latin America and the Caribbean. So thank you so much for this session, and count on us to provide support and continue to uphold human rights and democracy. Thank you so much for your comments, Spain. Then Juan Antonio Cruz, who is the permanent observer of the Holy See, you have the floor. Mr. Chair, the delegation of the Holy See is very happy to commemorate the 20th anniversary of the Inter-American Democratic Charter, and it entails a commitment of governments of different countries, and it has as a baseline acknowledging human dignity. The Holy See is very satisfied to say that during 20 years, as it did beforehand, the OAS has developed intense diplomatic activities to consolidate democracy and resolve and conflict resolution. So there are a gamut of arguments that are tied to institutional, social, economic, cultural issues, and humanitarian ones as well. So the Holy See encourages the OAS members to continue to promote intrinsic values to democracy that are collected in this inspirational document, such as equality, equity, and social justice in the content in the hemisphere. But we particularly would like to foster the strengthening of support throughout the different member countries. So fraternal support can effectively prevent threats to democracy, and it's important to meet individuals' needs so that they can give the best of each other.
En este contexto, fomentar la solidaridad entre las naciones se hace imprescindible para poder garantizar el desarrollo integral del ser humano y así avanzar juntos hacia la consolidación de sociedades verdaderamente democráticas. Señor presidente, este particular aniversario de la Carta Democrática Interamericana es un momento propicio para apostar por un continente cada vez más humano y justo, en el que nadie se vea excluido, sino que todos puedan gozar de las mismas libertades, habitando esta próspera tierra en armonía y paz. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Monseñor. A partir de este momento no tenemos interpretación simultánea. Igualmente damos la palabra al observador permanente de Italia, que es el último inscrito, el embajador Simón de Santi. Adelante, por favor.
Gracias, señor presidente, señor secretario general adjunto, ministros distinguidos, embajadores. Me gustaría unirme a mis compañeros observadores para expresar los mejores deseos de Italia en el 20º aniversario de la Carta Democrática Interamericana. Y, como se ha dicho, por razones de tiempo, voy a transmitir el texto de mi intervención. Entonces, gracias y saludos a todos.
Muchísimas gracias, embajador de Santi. Well, this has been a great meeting. No solamente una sesión extraordinaria, pero una sesión extraordinaria que ha sido extraordinaria. This has been an extraordinary meeting, truly. Hemos asistido a un evento en el cual distinguidas personalidades nos han planteado temas sumamente subjetivos. Hemos vuelto muchos de nosotros a nuestras clases universitarias y esto naturalmente nos honra muchísimo. I will ask the Secretariat to consider the possibility of publishing in a special publication all the contents of this particular meeting that we just have held. And at the same time, circular entre todos los Estados miembros la mayor información posible sobre lo que ha constituido este evento, de modo que no sea simplemente un hecho conmemorativo, sino que tenga un impacto cada vez mayor en la construcción de los procesos democráticos de nuestros respectivos países. Voy a levantar la sesión enseguida, no sin antes agradecerles a todos ustedes su presencia, al excelentísimo señor primer ministro de Antigua Barbuda, a los señores ministros de Relaciones Exteriores y de otras carteras, a los señores viceministros, al embajador Manuel Rodríguez Cuadros y a todos los representantes permanentes y observadores permanentes por su participación, no sin antes agradecerles a todos su atención en relación con el evento protocolar, la sesión protocolar que se efectuará el día lunes. On Monday, we're going to have a very important event here at this Salón de las Américas at the OAS to receive the President of Peru, His Excellency Pedro Castillo. He will be here at 9 o'clock sharp. A las 9 de la mañana del día lunes estará aquí en este mismo recinto el presidente Castillo, de acuerdo a la información transmitida por la Secretaría, according to these guidelines in place for delegations interested in joining the protocolary meeting. Se ha distribuido un documento. A document is in power of every delegation, so you will be, of course, extremely welcome if you decide to come with every formal restriction in relation to COVID-19. But hopefully we will meet personally on Monday. So we truly wish you a great weekend, un feliz fin de semana a todos, agradeciéndoles muchísimo su participación en esta histórica sesión extraordinaria. Se levanta la sesión.